Hey everybody, how's it going? I will be on in 1 second. We were having a little technical difficulties before the stream got started, so give me a moment. One second, friends. Friggin' restream conked out on me. I couldn't restream tonight. And then I didn't have things set up for friggin' YouTube. So, you know. Little messes. Little messes. Okay, I think we're just about ready. Okay. Hello! Hello! How's everybody doing tonight? Sorry for the slow start. Did I post something? I think I posted something. I did. Nice. Okay. All right. Do I need to do anything else, or can we just start? I think we can dive in pretty soon. How's it going, guys? How's everybody doing on this fine eve? Let me get chat, guys. Stuff is just not ready. You notice how chat is all weird looking? You're like a box now. See how you guys are just like a hard. I can hide behind you now. Because it's not prepared. I need to rearrange. I need to actually do that right now. I need to move some stuff around a little bit. You're too big. There we go. Look at all you lovely chatters. We'll just do that. There we go. How's everybody doing tonight? Happy Mother's Day. Happy Mother's Day. Happy Mother's Day to you. You just woke up. Good morning, Mateo. Hello, Jay Blaze, Gunpowder, Adwin. I'm a moron. Love to see you. I'm a moron. Can I mod you here also? I know you're modded in the Discord. Can I mod you on the YouTube? You don't have to do anything. You just have to ban people if they're shitheads. Is that comfortable? You down? I meant to do that. I meant to ask you earlier. Good evening, Reinhardt, Vac. Sure. Yeah, no. Don't think it. Here, I'm going to just do it right now. Boom. There you go. You're a mod now. You basically can time people out and stuff. You don't have to. But it is a power you now have. Here, is that better? Can you guys see each other good? Is that a nice view of chat? I need to figure out how to make the background invisible on the YouTube version. And you know what? I can get rid of the cheers stuff. How do I do that? There we go. Welcome. Nice to see all of you guys. Tonight we are on YouTube, and YouTube alone. And I hope that that's okay with you. Because it's the world that we live in. Oh, I can make you guys so much bigger. Oh, does that fuck with it on stream? Feels like it does. Alright, whatever. We're not gonna worry about it. Don't make him do anything. Be nice, you fucks. I could time you out if you really want. There we go. I think I need to do this, and that'll partly help with it too. All right, I'm sorry, we're taking a minute. Give me a second. Everything's fucked. Yeah, you guys type long sentences and they look long. All right, that's about as long as they get, hopefully. Top chat. Get out of here. Subscribe thing. We don't need to see you. Why is it still there? Get out of there. We don't need to learn more. We'll learn more eventually. Hi. Alright, maybe chat just has to, like, be shitty until I figure it out. I'm sorry about that. I'm not streaming on Twitch tonight. I'm just on YouTube. How do I make you guys not so fucking massive? What if I... No, all of that makes sense. What if I go like this? That didn't do anything, I just made you all little in the corner. Oh, that actually worked kind of nice. Actually, that's perfect. That's exactly what I needed to do. Look at that. Look how... Look, I can see your whole sentences now. Oh, it's so much better. Alright, cool. Alright. We figured it out, boys and girls. We figured it out. It's not figured out here yet. Oh, it is. Sort of. It's different here. Whatever. We'll get there when we get there. Hi, guys. So, yeah, we're streaming just on YouTube tonight. Deal with it. Sorry. Restream's not working, and I have a lot more folks that hang out on YouTube than on Twitch, so we stuck with Twitch. Twitch is not going up tonight, friends. No Twitch tonight. Just YouTube. Ask me again, and I'll tell you the same. Hey, Milk Boy, how's it going? Guys, we have a good number of pieces tonight. We have 80 some plus 17. We have like 100 or so pieces that got sent to us tonight. Did everybody have a nice Mother's Day? Did people spend time with their mothers, speak to their mothers, pay tribute to their mothers? Maybe a little. We'll see. Calm down. Calm the Mesozoic era down. Oh man, today was one of the first days that really felt like a warm, nice summer day. In my neck of the woods. It was lovely. Alright, let's get some music going, if that's good for the old stream. And then let's start looking at some brew, friends. We could go to Waterkeep. Let's go to Waterkeep. Yeah, we'll hang here for a bit. I'm down. Oh, Mateo, thank you for joining the very cool club. Hey, Cinder, did you get my message on Patreon? If you sent it today, I did not, Joe. I did not if you sent it today. I have not been on Patreon today. Was it important? Should I check it right now? I got 6 notifications on Patreon. I'm seeing it now. I'll respond to it later. But yeah, if you do join my Patreon, I tend to respond to those messages. But I did not respond to it yet. It was 19 where you were today. Oof. I'll respond to it after, Joe. Did my submission go through or did I miss the window? I don't know, man. I genuinely don't know. I did not check before stream. I do not check before stream usually. But here, let's take a look at the wheels for the day. We got 2 wheels. We got our big boy wheel, and we got our little boy wheel. 2 wheels. You know how we do. I know I'm hidden right now. You can't see me. Let's think about how we want to change the shape of this so that it's not shitty. That's what we need to do. And then we're gonna spin the wheel. What if the width is... What if it's a square? I like the width being... What's the width is 600. And the height is 300. No, and the height is 400. Yeah, that's good. I like that. That works. Boop. Boop. Yeah. And now look at that. Look how lovely you fit right up in the corner. Nice to see you guys. All right, now I gotta pop. Where's chat? I gotta be able to see you. There you are. Okay. Your submission is on the big wheel. Good. This is your 5th time submitting a piece. I hope it gets reviewed. I hope so too, Tyler. Big Nat 20. Have you gotten to yours yet? Dean Martin, Dean Machine. We haven't started yet. I'm moving a little slow today. We got started late, but we can get started right now. We can give her a spin. Shall we give her a spin? Oh, Joe, thank you for the kind help, Joe. Too kind, too kind. Ooh, small. Oh, good name. Good name. Small Mike. Dismiss. Small Mike, did you? Interesting. Interesting. Why do you not show up in the document? Oh, I see. I'm so stupid. I typed in the wrong place. Let's see. This is my first... What do you say? This is my first subclass homebrew that I've made. Goal was to make a monk that was more focused on battlefield control and able to keep up with damage potential of other classes. Okay. The 17th level second ability is purposely ridiculous because it seemed fun and the characters are already broken at that level. All right, well, that's half an excuse, I guess. Let's take a look. Boop, there it is in the chat if you guys want to take a look at it. This is called the Monastic Way of the Heavenly Scholar. Ooh, okay. Let's dive in, shall we? Chat, if I miss something important, let me know. I'm not perfect. Ooh, lovely cough. Thank you. You're welcome. Monastic tradition, way of the heavenly scholar. So I'm not seeing any flavor text. That might be okay. We'll see how it goes. Lunar Pull, 3rd level. After studying and meditating under the moon, you begin to understand the laws that govern the world around you. When you take an attack action, you can use your key to affect your surroundings. You unleash a sphere of gravity that has a radius equal to half your movement speed. Interesting. You are the center of the sphere. Okay. I don't think you need to say that. If you say you unleash a sphere, I feel like I don't know. That might be redundant. Other creatures in the space must make a Constitution saving throw. On a failed save, creatures take force damage equal to 2 rolls of your martial arts die. Okay. And their speed is halved until the end of their next turn. Cool. On a save, the creature takes half damage and their movement isn't impeded. Okay, and it increases by 1 martial arts die. Alright, let's read the whole ability before we get into any feedback. This ability can be used a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus, regaining them on a long rest. You can spend 2 key points to activate this ability again when you have no uses left. So, this is a very strong ability, because it essentially allows you to hit someone with 2 of your martial art. It allows you to potentially hit every creature around you in a 30-foot sphere with 2 of your martial arts die. So it's almost like getting flurry of blows on a lot of different things. And it looks like it doesn't initially cost anything, which makes me feel like it's very strong. It's very strong. It's cool, but it's very strong. Somebody in chat is suggesting to drop the range. I don't think you need to drop the range if you severely limit the usage or make it cost key points from the drop. But there are 2 things that I think that are the biggest takeaway here. Flavor-wise, this is very cool. But because your martial arts die already increases, then by the very nature of it rolling martial arts die for the damage, wait a second. I need to do something here. It grows, so it doesn't need to keep growing. You're basically creating a situation where, there we go. Now when I'm looking here, I'm looking at the document. You see that? You're sort of creating a situation where it's growing twice, which is a little too much. The other thing is, I see that we're getting a whole other monk feature at 3rd level. This feature is overpowered if it's the only feature you get, unfortunately. So you're gonna have to think about that a little bit. It costing 2 key points, here's what you could do. Here's the way that you could play it. You could replace your attack action with this feature at the cost of key points. That would be a way where you wouldn't need to deal with the range in any way. You still, I don't think, should have them. I still don't think it should be doing more and more martial arts die. But if you made it an action to use this feature, then it would be more balanced. Let's take a look at the second 3rd level feature. Your study of the stars has given you insight into patterns of the world around you. This allows you to temporarily see into the future and the past by channeling your key into your environment. You gain proficiency in investigation or history. If you are already proficient in both, you can choose another proficiency of your choice. Okay, this 3rd level feature should stop here. This should be the end of it. There shouldn't be anything else. But we'll keep reading because I see there's more. Foretelling the eclipse. When you roll for initiative, you can add a martial arts die to your roll. This ability can be used a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus, regaining them on a long rest. You can spend key points to activate this ability again if you have no uses. First of all, if you want to be able to spend key points to use it again, you have to list how many. Second of all, this should not be free. This should cost key points from the drop, and I would argue that it just shouldn't be here. Recalling the astral calendar. When you make an investigation or a history check, you use your key. When you make a investigation or history check, you use your key. Okay, that should be a period. Add a martial arts die to the roll. There doesn't need to be a comma there. To glimpse into the past to assist you or a companion in recalling where something is, what happened, how it works, etc. This ability can be used a number of times. Okay, so same thing with this. Basically, your third level is doing way too much right now. Way too much. Here's what you could do. If you want to do something like this and you don't want to be tearing through key points, here's how you do. You give this thing an alternative resource. You call it the lunar resource. You have a number of lunar points equal to your proficiency bonus. You can spend a lunar point to use your action to do the lunar pull. You can spend a lunar point to do the foretelling eclipse. You can spend a lunar point to do the recalling astral calendar. That's the only way that you can keep all of these features and have it be somewhat balanced. Otherwise, you're going to have to drop a bunch out. That's what I would say. What do you guys think, chat, about that? How am I? So far, on point? Am I off? Sounds fair? You like that idea? Yeah, because I get what you're going for, and I do think all of these pieces fit together from a flavor perspective, but from a power perspective, it's like hachi mama. It's a hachi mama from a flavor perspective. Blah blah blah. Double chat. All right, let's take a look at the 6th level ability. Halting the Stars. With your newfound key ability and key-empowered strikes at 6th level, you are now able to slowly block the passage of time for your enemies. After a creature has been hit by your strikes 3 or more times, you can have them make a wisdom saving throw. You have to show in what time period. Have they been hit by the enemy 3 or more times in a round, or 3 or more times in an hour, 3 or more times in a minute, 3 or more times ever, etc. On a failed save, an affected target's speed is halved. It takes a -2 penalty to its AC, and dexterity saving throw. Okay, so is it the slow? It just gets affected by the slow spell. If a creature attempts to cast a spell, yeah, so it's the slow spell. Okay, so here's how. So you want to give this monk the slow spell at level 6. You should just give them the slow spell at level 6. You could have it trigger off of Flurry of Blows. I don't think you need to make it require 3 hits. I think what you do is you just make it cost key points, or you make it cost a certain amount of key points combined with Flurry of Blows, or you make it free, but you make it once a day. And then instead of writing out the full description like this, the slow spell is in the Creative Commons. So you can actually just say, once you affect the creature, they have to make a saving throw. On a failure, they are affected as if they are under the effects of the slow spell. And you could even clarify, this overcomes this ability is not affected by anti-magic abilities such as anti-magic field, dispelled magic, etc. So you could still clarify it that it's not magical, but you'll save a lot of literal just like space on your document. But giving you the ability to cast slow a few times, I think is fine. You continue to make everything its own resource, which is a mistake. This should also probably cost lunar points. This should tie into the main resource that this new subclass is doing, or it should be like a once a day, or cost a good chunk of key points. It needs to cost at least 3 key points to cast, but honestly, it might need to be more. This is a very cool subclass. It is a very cool subclass. I agree. I like the flavor of it a lot. Gravity stuff is awesome. At a level 11, you become more attuned to your key and realize that you can use it to grant your strikes the weight of heavenly bodies. This allows you to change any damage you deal with your unarmed strikes or monk weapon to force damage. Cool, I like that. I would even just... Yeah, I think you can clean up the wording there, but that ability is fine. It's good. When you use your Lunar Pull ability, you can spend 2 key points to wrap your body in gravity that you unleashed. This allows you to add an extra martial arts die of force damage for up to 1 minute to your unarmed strikes and monk weapons. I don't like that power. That seems silly. I think there's a better... I think we can do something better than that. You also learn to lessen the gravity around you. This allows you to your slow fall ability. This allows you to share your slow fall abilities with your allies by spending 1 key point. You can target a number of creatures equal to your wisdom modifier. Okay, so I like a couple things that are going on here quite a lot. I love the idea of sharing the monk slow fall feature. I like the idea that it costs key points. You need to clarify that it requires your reaction to use. So make sure you get that in there. The other thing that I would say, yeah, Featherfall. It's basically, you can cast Featherfall is another way of putting that. I don't know how I feel about the extra martial arts die of force damage for up to a minute to your unarmed strikes and monk weapons. I'm not, like, wholly anti it, but I feel like there's a more elegant way, or maybe a more fun way, to impress upon your gravity monkness, you know? I feel like just flat more damage is maybe okay, but I don't know. I feel like it's a missed opportunity. Somebody is suggesting wisdom modifier force damage instead. Frank Miller says there's a lot of martial arts die already going on with Lunar Pull as it is. That's true, there are. If you follow my first piece of feedback, it will only ever be 2. It won't ever be more than that. But I agree that maybe you could make it more of a static number and not a martial arts die. That could be something. Somebody suggested knockback. I would play around with it a little bit. I feel like this is a missed opportunity. If this is what you want, then it might be okay. It's a little too strong. To be frank, this whole class so far is overpowered. So the fact that you said that the second 17th level ability is overpowered means who knows what's going to happen when we get there. But yeah, that's what I would say about that. Let's look at these 17th level abilities. Speaking of which, oh, there's a lot. I'm going to tell you right now, there are too many. Unless that's all just one, in which case it's fine. At 17th level, your years of meditation and study have finally granted you the knowledge to master the time and space of your environment. That's a chunky sentence that could be really cleaned up. At 17th level, your years of study, I would even just say, you can don't say meditation and study, it sounds redundant. Through years of study, you have mastered the knowledge of space and time. Just say something like that. Granting you powers beyond the common mortal. This is also a incomplete sentence. You still need to write with complete sentences. Borrowed starlight. After living with a body that is frozen in time, you learn how to further manipulate the time of others and yourself. When you sap the time of others with your halting stars ability, you can grant yourself their stolen time by spending 3 key points. When you do so, your speed is double. Okay, so you cast haste on yourself. I'm not going to read the whole thing. I'm assuming that's what it is. This is too confusing a way to get to casting haste on yourself, if I'm being honest. It's too confusing a way to do that. I would just make it a way that you could cast haste on yourself. Let's look at this other one, Collapsing Sun. When you activate your Lunar Pull ability, you can spend 3 key points to focus the gravity well you unleashed onto a single target within the area effect. The creature must make a con saving throw. On a failed save, it takes 10d10 force damage? That can't cost 3 key points. That's gotta cost like 10 key points, dude. On a successful save, they take half damage. Their speed is halved, and they have disadvantage on melee attacks. That's on a success? Sheesh. Way too much damage. Additionally, you can spend 5 key points to use your reaction at the start of your next turn to concentrate on keeping the sphere of gravity around for another turn. This causes the creature to roll a con save again at disadvantage at the start of their turn, suffering one of the effects. Wait, what happens? Suffer the effects of this ability again. Oh, no, dude. This is just too powerful, man. If you try to keep the well going for going longer than 1 additional turn, you have to roll a percentile die or something bad happens. I'm going to be honest. It doesn't matter. This badness table is not strong enough to make this not too powerful. So, yeah. I think that this is a really fun idea for a subclass. I think you've got a couple really solid pieces here, but right now you are just making this thing way too powerful. The flavor is awesome, and the skeleton of the features are cool. But you gotta, if you want this thing to have like basically be a Psi Knight where it has all these special unique things it can do, make those things their own resource. If you're not going to make them key point, don't just make them free. And they should probably they're pretty powerful. So I wouldn't make you have that many. I would probably just stick to proficiency bonus times per day for the resource. And I'm going to be honest, you should just make a new 17th level feature. I disagree with this one. I think haste is fine, but a little boring. And I think this one is too powerful. So I would try to just come up with something new, would be my suggestion. I would look at spells like reverse gravity. Or spells like Dark Star, I think is one. Things like that. But yeah, thank you so much for sharing. Really cool piece there, Small Mite. So as a monk lover, I gotta say, it's not a subclass job fix, monk, because they tend to make monks too strong. It's okay to account for some of the monk's weakness, though. Yeah, it is a very cool one. Oh, we got a piece from Sai. You did it right this time? That's good. I always feel bad when people don't. I try to make it obvious, but it's not always. What does Sai say? Why can't I read this? Why can't I double click this? I can't read this! Alright, whatever. I can't read your notes. I'm sorry. I don't know why I can't. It's not letting me. Maybe. Oh, I have an idea. I think I know. Let me fix that. Give me a second. Let me fix that. Because I do want to read what you said. Maybe I'll be able to do it now. Yeah, there we go. Okay, cool. I figured it out. I'm so smart. I'm the smartest man in the whole world. Until I lose all my fucking website shit that I had up. Give me a second. Oh, I'm so dumb. It's amazing how quickly we violently shift between dumb and smart, isn't it? What a weird world we live in. Alright. Chat, where are you? There you are. Okay, let's see. Let's see, what did you say? You said, please look at my... You said, please look at my Pact of the Mask and its invocations on the first page. Okay, I'm not particularly happy with the Fright and Charm feature. I'd like to have a more passive effect and not bound by resources. Okay, but that seems difficult. Okay, since I would likely like to incorporate Fright and Charm condition into the boon's base abilities. All right, we'll take a look, Sai. We'll see what we can do. For folks in the chat, there it is. Excuse me. All right, let's take a look. Pact of the Mask. Your patron grants you a piece of clothing called a mask, which drastically alters your appearance. As an action, you can use it to mask or unmask yourself. You can change the appearance of your masked persona when you finish a long rest. While masked, you gain the following effects. Okay. You become unrecognizable, and your regular and masked personas cannot be linked, even by magical means. You are immune to spells and effects that target your regular persona while masked, and vice versa. You cannot be unmasked against your will. I would change this to when you're conscious, probably. As an action, you can attempt to either charm or frighten a creature of your choice within 90 feet of you that you can see. A target must make a wisdom saving throw or be charmed or frightened for up to 1 minute. They can repeat the save at the end of each of their turns, ending the effect on a success. Once you use this feature, you can't do it again until you finish a short or long rest. Okay, well, I will say something right now, which is that if you want to do the charmed frightened condition, you can't make the unrecognizableness of your masked persona be so powerful, in my opinion. Only because that it's like the ultimate disguise self in a way that is, by making it, you basically are making it that there's literally no way the dungeon master can connect anything you do in your masked form to your unmasked form. So I kind of feel like that makes it alone almost strong enough to exist. Like, that's almost enough. I sort of feel like these two features, that is most of a pact right there, if I'm being honest. I would probably... Somebody in the chat said turn the charmed, frightened power into an invocation. I think that's a good idea. What I would probably do if I were you is something along the lines of this, but then I would also maybe give you some bonus to your charisma checks while you have the mask on. Maybe when you make a new mask, you can decide whether that mask will give you expertise in deception, persuasion, or intimidation. And that mask gives you expertise in that skill. And then when you change it into a new mask over a long rest, you can pick a different of those skills. Maybe something like that. I think it's pretty cool, though. Chat seems to think it's pretty cool, too. Happy Mother's Day to you, Spencer. Let's look at some of these, let's look at some, oh yeah, this is sick. Yeah, it is. I really like looking at Homebrew that is something that's like smaller pieces of the bigger puzzle. I love looking at packs. Packs are fun. Spells are fun. Have a good night, Rohanathan. All right, let's take a look at some of these features. I want to see let's look at the low level ones before we look at the high level ones. Pristine presentation. When you target a creature that is charmed by you with a spell or effect that requires a wisdom saving throw that makes disadvantage on the save. I'm going to be honest. This is, I don't like this. I don't like this. Get rid of this one. Make it the charm frightened power. Terrible Visage. When a creature starts to turn frightened of you and you are in its line of sight, it takes psychic damage equal to your charisma modifier. This invocation only applies while you are masked. This one's kind of cool. I would maybe suggest making it so this psychic damage doesn't trigger them getting an extra saving throw against the frightened. Sometimes damage does that. I actually don't know how much that happens. It happens against charmed more than frightened, but I like that. I think that's solid. Prerequisite. 5th level. When you mask yourself, choose one of the following skills. Until you unmask yourself, whenever you roll a check for the chosen skill, you can treat the D20 roll as a 9 or 10 on it. That's cool. That'll kind of go against the suggestion I made for how to alter the mask, but that's fine. I do like this. I think this is a solid invocation. I have no suggestions here. I just like it. This is why you watch me? Cool. I hope you watch me because I'm so charming. Masked Aid. When you finish a long rest, you can grant a secondary mask to a creature. It can use this mask to take on your masked appearance and persona or create one for itself. When you grant another mask to a creature, the old mask vanishes. You can telepathically communicate to a creature while within 90 feet of you. Whenever you cast a warlock spell, the masked creature can deliver the spell as if it had cast the spell. I kind of disagree with this one. I'll tell you why. In my opinion, the one of the main reasons why the Pact of the Chain is so good is because of your ability to cast spells through your familiar. And this is basically taking that power but making it even better because it's casting spells through an ally, and allies can do a lot more than familiars can in terms of how you can combo that. So it's you might disagree with me, but in my opinion, it's the little stepping on toes of the Pact of the Chain. Grand Reveal. 9th level. When you unmask yourself, each creature that can see you and was not aware of you of your unmasked identity must make a wisdom saving throw. On a failed save, it takes psychic damage equal to your warlock level and is stunned for 1 minute or until it takes damage. On a successful save, it only takes half damage and is not stunned. I would maybe not stun it for a whole minute. That's really strong. I would maybe give them a saving throw and then have them stunned for a round. A minute's, I think, too long. But I do like this feature. I think it's very fun. I would also probably not make it an infinite use feature because you can just keep taking your mask on and off, right? Shoof, 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 shoof. Every other round, you could pop this bad boy off. Ba 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 ba. So I'd probably make it a once a day. Roz suggested you could have it so once a creature is impacted by it, it could be immune for a day. What is it, Cinder? What is it, Joe? Did I get something wrong? Did I miss something? It only works if they don't know it's you? Yeah, but there's a lot of ways that you could cheese that really easily. I'll give you an example. There is an invocation that warlocks get called Disguise Self. Where you get it infinitely. If you cast Disguise Self, then take your mask off, and then put your mask back on. You know what I mean? Mask of Many Faces plus this equals infinite use. That's what I mean. But I think it's a neat idea. I would just make it limited. All right, let's look at the final one, the 12th level one. You can modify, it's called Restored Secrecy. You can cast Modified Memory. Whenever you write a spell in your stat block, and it's referencing a spell that, like, actually exists, put it in italics. You can cast Modify Memory once using a Warlock spell slot. You can't do so again until you finish a long rest. You immediately regain the spell slot and use of this invocation when you exclusively alter the target's memory and knowledge concerning you and your identity, or that of your aid when you have a masked aid invocation. Interesting. Welcome, Mr. Shred Guy. Love to have you here. I like the idea a lot. I like that you want to make it a little bit better than just getting access to the spell and tying it to your invocation. I'm wondering if there's another mechanic for it recovering. Okay, here's my suggestion. I think the target has to fail the saving throw in order for this second part to trigger. So, if you cast Modify Memory on a target to try to make them forget who you are, but they succeed on the saving throw, you don't get it back. That's how I would balance that out. But, dude, this is really cool. I like this mask a lot. I kind of pushed it in a direction away from charming in my core review of it, but I think you could play around with keeping the charm in. The only other thing that I would say about the charm effect, or the charm frighten effect, is that it feels very similar to the Arcfey Warlock's first level feature. So that's another reason why I think it might be okay to step away from it a little bit. But cool. Thank you very much for sharing. For folks that are new to the channel, I have 2 homebrew review wheels that we look at. I have the big one, which is over here, and I have the little one. The little one makes it a little bit more likely that your piece is going to get picked. And in order to be able to post things to the little wheel, then you can either join my Patreon or you can become a member on my channel at the very cool level. Yeah, it also lets you post twice. So if you want to post more than one thing a week. But I will also say it does not guarantee that your piece will get picked. So do not go for it if that's going to make upsetting for you. Databank. Yeah, it's one in the big one and one in the small one. And Databank, for example, who is a member, might get 2 pieces looked at today. Because they just got picked on the big wheel. Everyone's most feared artificer. The one who makes pottery. Can I make them cool? We'll find out. Fun fact, there are 0 mays in this entire document. If you get this twice, go to the Infusion wizard. All right, we'll see. I might get this twice. There are some people in the game that just roll 20s higher, more than other people. You know, some people roll more 20s, some people roll less. Who knows? I don't know why. It's the world that we live in. All right, let's see here. I'm actually not sure if I submitted in time or not. Yeah, who's to say? How do you get on the big wheel? Wait, let me just do something right now. Did I? How do you get on the big wheel? If you go into my the YouTube channel description, there's a link for the submission for next week. And then you shall see, my friend. My child, you shall see. All right, let's take a look. Lesser known artificers. Wait, which one did you say you wanted me to look at? The pottery one? Is that what you said? Alchemist. Calligrapher. Cordwainer. Guys, if I get to pottery and I miss it, let me know. Gaffer. Lapidist. Mason. Potter. All right, cool. Potter. We found Potter. Pottery isn't easy. Is the volume too loud for the music? I'm gonna make it a little quieter. It feels loud to me. Maybe it's just literally loud in my ear and not for you guys. Whatever. Pottery isn't easy. Pouring water onto clay, forming that into artwork, then blasting their creation with heat carefully to solidify its form. Don't use the word there if you don't say who they are first. Here's what you say. Pottery isn't easy. Potters, and then you also, none of these are complete sentences. None of this is complete sentences, except for pottery isn't easy. So here's how you fix all that. You say, pottery isn't easy. Potters pour water onto clay and form it into artwork or something like that. Then they blast their creations with heat carefully to solidify its form. Something like that. You need to say what the who the there is before you put it in. That's true of any writing, by the way. It wasn't loud. It might have been loud. However, you speak clear and easy to understand. Oh, you are too kind, Mateo. Guys, you know what I also just did, which I'm really excited by? For people that are members on YouTube that get the little emoji next to their little Cinder picture next to them. Now, as you go through being a member, like if you're a member for more than 1 month, for 2 months, etc., the emoji changes and it evolves, which is very exciting. Oh, guys, I wanted to show you something really fucking cool. Okay, wait, I'll show you the Potter in 1 second. I wanted to show you something really cool first. I'm so sorry. But guys, check this shit out. Check this out. Somebody drew me. Look at that. Isn't that cool? Check this out. Fuck yeah, right? That was Cynical Spaceman, who is an artist. That's their name on Twitter too, if you want to go follow them. But yeah, I thought that was really cool. Okay, let's take a look at this. Potter artificers do this process on a large scale. They turn their world into a muddy playground. They sculpting the ground. This is not correct grammar. They just say they sculpt. They sculpt the ground in magical ways. Creations. Yeah, fix your language here, buddy. This don't make no sense. Okay, proficiency tools. When you adopt this specialization, you gain proficiency in Potter's tools. If you already have it, you gain them in a different tools. When you gain at 9th level, you gain proficiency in calligraphers or painter's tools. Nice, I like that. That makes sense. So you can be adding little bits of artwork to your piece, little diddly bits. I like that. I like that. Okay, they get some spells. Let's see. Burning Hands, Earth Tremor, Earthen Grasp, Spiritual Weapon, Erupting Earth, Fireball, Fire Shield, Summon Construct, Immolation, Transmute Rock. Why don't we get Heat Metal? I feel like Heat Metal would be more fitting than some of these. I question Spiritual Weapon. I question Summon Construct, unless you are also doing Heat Metal. Oh, I guess it's clay only. I don't know. Okay, all of this I think is pretty good. I like this, though. I think it's a pretty solid spell list overall. It isn't a blacksmith? Yeah, fine. Fair. I mean, just because you, I mean, you can put things other than clay in a kiln. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just saying, heat stone would be cool. That would be interesting. If you could cast heat metal on objects, but not metal objects, but objects made of earth or stone. That's a cool idea. That's a cool idea. All right. Let's see what else we get. You learn mold earth and produce flame. Okay. I like that. You learn a special infusion that mimics the decanter of endless water. You infuse one item. I think you mean you can infuse one item with this infusion for free. Okay, so you get a free decanter of endless water, produce flames, and mold earth. All right, all of that feels pretty good so far, honestly. I like that quite a bit. You might... Actually, never mind. If the decanter is going to play a larger role in the subclass, you might want to have the saving throw of its geyser ability be based off of your artificer spell save DC instead of what it normally is, because then it can evolve with you. But if that's not your goal here, then ignore what I'm saying. Decanter of Endless Water is pretty powerful, but this might not be that powerful. So we're going to see. You can use an action to magic, because getting 2 cantrips is not that strong. That's a ribbon feature. You can use an action to magically turn fresh dirt or stone on the ground into a puddle of malleable mud. Choose a point on the ground within 60 feet, and a circle with a radius of 15 feet becomes muddy. I would say you can say choose a point on the ground within 60 feet of you. A 15-foot radius area becomes mud around it. You don't need to specify the circle. That a creature can sink into it. Each foot that a creature moves through the mud costs 2 feet of movement. Creatures in the mud have disadvantage on dexterity saving throws. Okay. If fire hits a 5-foot cube, that cube turns into baked earth. A creature must succeed on a dexterity saving throw against your artificer spell save DC or be restrained by the baked earth. A creature taking fire damage bakes the earth in their 5-foot cube relative to where it hits. As an action, the creature can make a strength athletics check or a strength save against your artificer spell DC to break free. You can use this ability. If you use this ability again, the first puddle of mud becomes mundane and no longer impedes those in it. After 1 hour, the patch of mud or baked earth slowly returns to its original form. Non-stone mud that was made into pottery in this duration stays in its pottery form. Okay, this is cool. I like this a lot. It's also very strong. So you need to present a very good argument for getting a free use of Decanter of Endless Water. Because Pool of Mud is way cooler, way more unique, and feels like a potter. Decanter of Endless Water doesn't. So I would probably drop Decanter of Endless Water. I would limit the use of this beyond its initial thing here. I would probably give you a number of uses per day equal to your proficiency bonus, but I would not make it infinite in use. But I like it a lot. I think it's very fun. It could potentially be quite strong. But maybe that's okay. There might need to be language for what happens to, like, what happens if a creature enters an area of baked earth? Is it just walking through non-difficult terrain? Like, does baked earth become ordinary terrain again? I guess that is a question that I think I have, and I'm not sure if it's answered here or not. Maybe chat, did you notice it? Oh, chat, did I not post this? I'm sorry here. Yeah, it has no duration. Yeah, it needs a duration. I think the duration it has right now is an hour. After an hour, but the hour is a little too long. I would probably make it 10 minutes. Oh, Mateo, I 100% understand that you require water to be a potter. But that is not enough of an argument to give you a free invocation at 3rd level, in my opinion, because of how much power and combo potential we get with Pool of Mud. But I do like it. It's just very strong. Okay, let's look at some other features. Other ways that you could tone it down, you know this, but other ways you could tone it down is you could lower the range, you could lower the radius, etc. All of these things are options. Quicker hands. 5th level. You have learned how to quickly dry your potted creations. You can cast Burning Hands as a bonus action. You can do so without expending a spell slot 2 times, regaining uses on a long rest. You have 3 uses at 9th level, 4 at 5th. Okay, we're going to see how I feel about this when we read the other one. I feel weird about this ability. I feel like this is a weird usage. I'm not sure where you got these numbers from. Permanently slippery. I actually think I have a better solution here also. Permanently slippery. You got to go through here and do some spell checks, my friend. Don't trust spell check. You got to read it out loud. You'll notice mistakes. You always have a bit of grime from your muddy creations. You can expend half of your movement to slip away from grapples or the restrained condition. This does not feel like a 5th level feature for an artificer. Feels out of place. I would probably lose it or find another place to put it. I think that quicker hands could work, but I want to make a suggestion that you change it so that it is more in line with how other artificers grow at 5th level. Most artificers, the way they grow at 5th level is they get essentially the equivalent of an extra attack. It might not literally be an extra attack, but it's either an extra attack or a little bit of extra oomph in how they release their abilities. Now, this artificer is very area of effect control based, and you've done something here that I think would be a very, very easy way to make your artificer have more damage output and also continue the feeling of being a potter and like the movement of clay and earth. So here's what I would say. Instead of giving you Burning Hands as a bonus action, what if at 5th level you can cast Mold Earth and produce Flame as a bonus action? What if it's that? That feels like there's a lot more flavor that you could do in terms of using Mold Earth in the middle of combat to do cool things with, and I think it's really fitting. I would play around with that. Mold Earth is a bonus. Genasi get that at the moment, so it's not like that original. But I would also argue that you're going to be hard pressed to make a character that is focused on kilns and clay and earth and molding earth, not feeling like a earth genasi. So maybe it's okay that it feels like that a little bit. But that's what I would suggest if I were you. Oh, that's right. Maybe they do have bonus action Blade Ward. Roz, you might be right. 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 I might be crazy. I might just be drinking coffee at 9 p.m. Okay. Shape ground. When you use your action to create a pool of mud, you can choose a number of creatures equal to your intelligence modifier that can walk on the puddle without sinking into it. I like that. I like that we don't just get that at 3rd level. I like that you grow into that. Nice. As long as a puddle exists, you can use your action to lower the area of depth of mud by 5 feet. Creatures who sink into the mud fall at a rate of 5 feet per round. Okay, let me read the whole thing first, and then we're going to talk about it. You can use a bonus action to clear mud. You can use a bonus action to clear or mold sections of mud. You can mold up to a number of 5-foot cubes equal to your proficiency bonus plus your intelligence modifier. You can make ramps that descend 5 feet or clear areas in a flat single angle. Okay, this is really strong. And we're getting a lot with it. I feel like this might be too much for 9th level with the other things. I understand what you're trying to suggest here, which is that you can essentially start to create elevation. I think what you want to be able to do, what you're trying to say is you can make pits and ramps go up and down those pits. And I feel like that is not 100% clear because it's unclear to me whether you want it to make pits or you want it to make it so the creature has more movement they need to use to get out, because now they're 5 feet down, they need to use 5 feet of movement going up. I don't know what your goal is here, and I don't want you to just say, oh, it's both. I want you to pick what your goal is, and then build the language around it to fit it. Right now, it is unclear if you're trying to make this elevation-based, or like they are sinking into quicksand. Derek says, I think it's increasing the depth like quicksand, which maybe it is, but I think you need to clarify that. And I genuinely don't understand what's going on here if that's the goal. So I would probably try to... This feels like it's not connected to this feature suddenly. If it's quicksand. If you're trying to play Minecraft, then this feels like it might fit. But it doesn't... I can't tell if you're trying to play Minecraft or not. This gives me the vibes of a druid more than an artificer. I will point something out that I think is an excellent point that Raptor is that Raptor is making. Raptor Rex, hi Raptor Rex, it's good to have you, buddy. Which is that it seems like the flavor of this artificer is that they are using the artistic knowledge of pottery to create magic that affects the environment. But it does not feel like they are an artificer at all in the traditional sense. Because this does not feel like an artificer that is crafting magical pottery. It feels like a wizard that is using... It does feel like a druid more than a potter. It does. That is worth noting. I don't know if that's a bad thing or a good thing, but I very much agree with that piece of feedback. It really doesn't feel like somebody that is using their pottery skills to do magic. The other level 9 abilities, you can move across terrain made of earth or stone without expending extra movement. I don't know exactly what you mean by that, so I would probably just drop it, unless you mean difficult terrain. I feel like there's some missed opportunities to allow infusions to interact with the subclass here. Maybe. I don't need there to be a lot of infusion interactions. My favorite artificer subclasses don't have any infusion interactions. But it would be nice to see some features involving crafting. Yeah, it does. It's a little sidesteppy of an actual potter for sure. I do think that the feedback, who said it? Raptor X? If Druid vibes, I think, is the correct piece of feedback there. Okay, let's look at Erupting Earth. You can allow pillars of earth, I would say you can make pillars of earth erupt from the earth, or you can summon pillars of earth. You're not allowing them. That's just giving permission. That's grammatically incorrect. Allowing people to walk through the air. When you choose creatures that can walk on the pool of mud, you can cause earth to always be below their feet. When a creature moves, they can move up and down through the air with pillars of earth rising up to meet their feet. They cannot enter an area with another creature, even if they would be above that creature. The height limit of the solid earth is 30 feet above the ground. If a creature leaves the pool of mud, they are safely transferred back to the ground. I think that this is another situation where you are spending too much time thinking about the literal nature of what you want to have happen versus mechanically how do we express that. Because very confusing. Yeah, it is confusing in how it's written right now, for sure. What it sounds like you want to say is that while someone is in an area of your mud and they are not affected by your mud, they can actively choose to raise or lower their elevation as the ground rises up to meet them. Something like that. To a maximum of 30 feet. And I don't think you necessarily even need more language in that. I would probably, if I were you, I might even look at spells like levitation for some advice. I also think that there are spells that lift creatures on columns. Am I imagining that? I thought there was. There is a spell that does that lifts creatures on columns. I don't remember what it's called. I feel like the word bone is in it. Bones of the Earth. Yeah, Bones of the Earth. Bones of the Earth. Yeah, I would look at the spell Bones of the Earth. All right, let's look at this other 15th level ability. Your time spent with the pottery wheel and kiln has given you the following: resistant to fire and acid, advantage on advantage on saves against attacks with fire or acid damage. You don't have attacks don't have saving throws, so you would say advantage on spells or abilities that deal fire acid damage. Attacks have attack rolls, not saving throws. Okay, here's what I suggest. This thing has a little bit too much going on a couple levels. I would consider dropping some features and shifting some stuff around a little bit. I don't like that each one gets 2 features at each level. I would try to make it 1 feature per level. That's what I would say. It's a neat idea. And I think that it has some fun potential. I think that your biggest hurdle with this is that if you're trying to create these pretty out-of-the-box environmental control abilities, what you should spend your time on and probably seek more advice on as you continue to build forward with is how do I express those things super clearly and not worry about the flavor text getting in the way of clear mechanics. That's what I would say. But yeah, it's pretty cool. Thank you very much for sharing data. And yeah, we shall. We'll see you when we see you. Would you ever have people considering sending their own, their original artwork? Sure, people put their artwork in pieces all the time. I don't like reviewing artwork because I do feel like artwork is like very interpretive. You know what I mean? Oh man, see, this is why it pays to be a member sometimes. You get 2 reviews in a row. Jeez Louise. Who would have thought? How many of you are really upset right now? Alright, go to the Infusions Wizard. Alright, we're going to the Infusions Wizard. That's a pretty low chance. I feel like there's less than a 1 in 100 chance of that happening. Alright, we gotta find the wizard. You banned the lucky feet? Alright. Alright, School of Infusions. Let's take a look. While some artificers like being strikers, flying into the fray, others infuse a method of study, questioning the why and making stable enchantments within the spells they cast. These artificers go on to become wizards. That is confusing. I'm going to be honest. I do not think the right way to use this flavor language here is... the link is the one from before. It's the same document. If it's going to be a wizard subclass, fucking call it a wizard. Don't call it an artificer. That's just confusing. Infuse items. You gain the ability to imbue mundane items with certain magical infusions, turning those objects into magic items. Infusions and details can be found in Tasha's Cauldron of Everything. Okay, let's see how different is this from regular infusions. You keep infusions in your spell book and add ones you find in the world. An amount of gold by spending. You can add infusions by spending gold. Interesting. Is there a limit to how many you can have? The time and gold cost doubles if the infusion requires you to be 6th level or higher. So you can even get them early? Like you could get... Data. I don't know how I feel about that. I don't like the idea of a wizard subclass getting... Well, let's just see. When you gain this feature, pick 2 artificer infusions and put them in your spell book. You learn additional infusions. How many things can you have infused at a time? That's what really matters here. Whenever you finish a long rest, you can touch a non-magical object and imbue it with an infusion from your spellbook, turning into a magic item. Infusion only works on certain kinds of objects, as specified by the infusion's description. How many can we do? Your infusion remains in an item indefinitely, but when you die, the infusion vanishes. Okay. It also vanishes. You can infuse more than one non-magical object at the end of a long rest, the maximum equal to half your proficiency bonus rounded up. Okay, so you can... The most you'll ever get is 3. Okay. You can touch each of the objects, and each of your infusions can... no object can bear more than one of your infusions. Okay, so you get... Okay, so that's okay. That makes me feel more comfortable with this. You're getting way less infusions than an artificer. I like that. I still do not think you should be able to get access to higher level infusions simply by spending more gold. I disagree with that. You don't get to learn higher level spells by just having the gold. Like, maybe you could write it in your spell book, but you don't get access to it. This would be you getting access to those infusions early. So I would nix that feature big time. Oh, did somebody do something that made music play? Where the fuck's that music come from? What the fuck was that? That scared me. What was that? What just happened? Where did that music come from? What the fuck was that? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Oh, is that from you gifting a bunch of memberships? Oh my goodness, Mateo. Thank you for gifting 5 memberships. I didn't know that made a sound. Jesus Christ. That scared the hell out of me. The song was someone else? Well, I didn't even know you could make songs. But thank you for gifting some memberships. That was very, very, very nice of you. How do you make music happen? Well, if you have memberships, you can now put all my fun emotes here. You can put my judgmental face. You could put my confused face. You could put my nice job face. There you go. But actually, that did scare the shit out of me. I lost complete focus. Why was that so loud? Oh, there we go. There's another one. There's another one. All right. How is this? I genuinely don't know how this is happening. Oh boy. Oh boy. All right. Give me a second. I didn't know that this was a feature I had access to in my channel. All right. let me... I don't know what the fuck that even was. You are a member now. Welcome. Oh my god. I don't know if I can handle it making that noise every time. I think I need to do something about that. It's gonna be too distracting. I gotta figure that out. How do you turn off notification sounds? YouTube Live. I don't know. It's not gonna show me. It's not gonna show me. Oh god, I'm so fucked. Don't remember now. I don't. I'm gonna figure it out so quickly. You're gonna be like, oh man. There's no way. There's no way I'm gonna figure it out. I have absolutely no idea. I genuinely don't. Oh, guys, I have so many people that I blocked. I forget that I've blocked a lot of people. I'm in the wrong part of YouTube. Okay. All right, I guess I think I just have to accept it, right? Yeah, no, you can't move it to the member wheel, unfortunately, for this week, but you can for next week. I don't know what to do. Guys, I'm so sorry. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Here. You can look at my lovely face. You guys get little. You guys get little for a second. Oh my god. All right, you know what? I think we're just not going to worry about it. We're just not going to worry about it. We're just not going to I don't want to worry about it. I don't want to deal with it. Let's look at some goddamn homebrew. Okay. I apologize. I don't think it's nearly as loud for you guys as it is for me, because I have the desktop volume turned down pretty low. But I think it's probably still pretty loud. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I don't know. I don't know if Twitch is going to be working again next week. I'm not streaming on Twitch tonight because I just couldn't get it working. So, we'll see. We'll figure this shit out one day. Okay. Fast infusions. You can spend 1 minute pulling an infusion from your spellbook. You touch an item and that item is infused. This lasts for a number of hours equal to your intelligence modifier or until you use this feature again. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus. This is too strong for a second level. We are already getting, is it TikTok? Is it like, not TikTok, is it Twitch notifications? Like, I don't fucking know. All right, whatever. So, getting infusions is very, very strong. So this second feature, if you want to do something like fast infusions, it can't last hours. It's got to be like, it lasts a minute, and it's got to be like a once per long rest sort of thing. Or maybe a once per short rest sort of thing. Otherwise, it's too strong. All right, you gain access to the following spells at the following levels. No, don't give us extra spells. That's just more extra stuff. We're getting enough extra stuff. Drop this whole thing. Drop this whole thing. No. Drop it. Too strong. 6th level. Infuse Wizard feature. Range no longer impedes your ability to enchant. When you cast a spell that empowers an object or an ally, you can cast it as though its range was 120 feet. When you infuse an item as part of a long rest, you can infuse an item that you can see within 120 feet. You can cast spells as if you were in the space of your infusions. You gain a unique upcast for spells. This is, again, you're doing too much, dude. You're doing too much. This, I like. You gain a unique upcast for spells that empower an ally or object. For each level above the original you cast, you can target another... No. Again, no. Too much. Too much. This is good. And this is weird. But okay, but the range is way too big. The range should be like 30 feet. 10th level. Once per day, when you cast a spell that empowers an object or ally, you can drop concentration and let that spell persist. No, that's so fucking strong. Also, I feel like that doesn't feel like an infusion. I feel like this should be an art. somebody said extra spells as a wizard. Yeah, it's hectic. Haste, just haste. Yeah, I know. Yeah. This is too strong. Cast spell haste without concentration, polymorph without concentration, invisibility without concentration. There's a lot of issues here. You've achieved a profound understanding of how to use and make magic items. You can attune to up to 4 items at once. That's fine. You can craft magic items if you do so at half the time. Gold price. Honestly, I feel like this would make sense to do earlier, but that's okay. You can write an infusion for a magic item you possess. The time and goal is the same as normal spellcaster crafting a magic item. I'm not sure exactly what this means. Does that mean you can make new infusions based off of your magic items? That's a neat idea, but there's got to be some sort of limitation on it. So here's what I think you do. Make the 4 magic items attunement. Make that the 10th level ability. Make me understand what this means, and then this is a cool 14th level ability. I'm not going to go through the new infusions because I genuinely think there's enough stuff for you to sort of work on in this core class that I think that I don't need to give you infusion stuff. I think you're good for now, Mr. Bank. All right, let's do another spin. Are we ready for another type of music? Are we ready to switch the music? How do I create a poll? Okay. Did you really say the name is my username? If this is not a name in a document, I am going to be upset because I'm not going to be able to find you. All right, there's the poll. It's up. Actually, I think I can still search you by document, but I'm not going to know what your name is. So I'm not going to call you by your name this whole time. All right, let's see what it says here. This spell is an altered version of Shield of Faith that I've added to my home game. Specifically, this is one of the spells I wrote for a Homebrew subclass. If the last sentence in the spell is a little clunky, it's because I heard somewhere that 5e rules as written doesn't have the option to intentionally fail a saving throw. It doesn't, but the language does not need to be that clunky. There are spells that do that. Circle of something. It looks like something sideways 1. Okay, cool. Zone of Truth you can choose to fail. Calm Emotions you can choose to fail. So the language is there. Was there something else you said? First time sharing. Well, welcome. Welcome, first time sharer. All right, there it is in the... Oops, nope. There it is in the chat. Let's take a look. What did you guys want? Something you guys wanted something sideways for music? All right, we can do that. Give me a minute to find the tunes. I gotta figure out what table they're in because I fucked shit up. All right, let's see. Something sideways. Like this. We could just fucking go to space. Let's just wait. We were listening to that when we started. Let's do something. Ooh, let's go to the Old West. Yeah. MF Doom? That'll get the show turned off. I can't do copyright stuff. All right, let's take a look. Tome of Faith. Tomb and tome are different words. I don't know if you did that on purpose. Just so you know, tome is like a book. Tomb is like a thing like that. Casting time, bonus action, range 60 feet, concentration 10 minutes. It's a first level abjuration spell. A crystalline structure surrounds a creature of your choice. The target loses all movement speed and grants it +4 bonus to AC for the duration. If the target is unwilling, it can make a wisdom saving throw to dispel the effects at the start of its turn. Okay, so it needs to be able to dispel the effects. Okay, so here's how you... so let's reword this a little bit. This is how you reword this. A crystalline structure surrounds a creature of your choice. The target's movement speed becomes 0, and it gains a +4 bonus to its AC for the duration. If the target is unwilling, it can make a wisdom saving throw to avoid the effects of the spell. On a failed save, the target is still affected, but can remake the saving throw at the end of each of its turns. Something like that. The other way that you could word that, something like that. Something like that would probably be the language. Polymorph is another spell that would be a good spell to get the language from. Yeah, it's the Tortle Defense. It's the Tortle Defense. It is the Tortle Shell Defense. A first level spell that gives you 0 movement but +4 to your AC. I think it's interesting. I don't know if I like it lasting 10 minutes. I might make it last a little bit less than that. And I would probably also let the creatures remake the saving throw if they get hit with damage, maybe. Yeah, but it's interesting. It's pretty cool. Yeah, I'd say lower it to a minute. Make creatures that fail the save be able to make that save at the beginning of each of their turns or the end of each of their turns or whatever. Bim bam, look at spells like Polymorph, Zone of Truth, Calm Emotions for how to get that language. But that's a pretty cool spell. I like it. It's fun. That's a neat idea. What's fun about it is it's not a grapple or restrain. It works on creatures that are immune to grapple and restrain. So this would work on like a ghost. Or like an ooze. Which is cool to imagine them being like entrapped in like magical crystal. I like that. Very cool. Very fun. So yeah, the main things that you need to work on is just your language and clarity. And make it a little bit weaker. Not 10 minutes. 10 minutes is too long. All right, my username is... Thank you for sharing. That was a cool piece. Yeah, I could tell it was Tome on purpose. As soon as I started reading the item, I was like, oh yeah, that makes sense. It's Tome. Or Tomb, I mean. Hey, Fract. What the hell did you send me this week? This spell was created to be the logical counterpart to the Silence spell. I want the spell to also have functionality against non-casters. Interesting. But that part doesn't have to be strong. Is the spell's level appropriate for what it does? Well, I'll tell you in a second, my friend. Here we go. There it is in the chat for anyone that wants to take a look. Seize. Second level enchantment. 1 action, range 120 feet. Concentration 1 minute. Choose a creature that you can see within range. The target must succeed on a wisdom saving throw or have their hands seized for the duration. An affected creature has a -1 penalty to attack rolls and is unable to take reactions. Casting a spell that includes somatic components is impossible while seized. At the end of its turns, The target can make another wisdom saving throw. On a success, the spell ends on the target. I have a couple thoughts here. The one is that people are saying in the chat is that what if it's a creature that doesn't have hands? Or better yet, what if it's a creature that doesn't attack with its hands? Like, what if it's biting you? So what I would do, if I were you, is I would probably reword this in such a way where it says, when a creature affected by this spell makes an attack while wielding a weapon, or makes a weapon attack with their hand or while wielding a weapon, they have some penalty to attack rolls. The other thing that you might want to suggest is you might just want to make it a flat disadvantage on attack rolls, as opposed to a -1 penalty. I don't know how I feel about the -1 penalty. I think you could clarify the language that it has to do with weapon attack rolls. Or attack rolls made while wielding a weapon. Something like that. I think that disadvantage will stack more throughout the like, it will be better, not stack more. It will be better throughout the campaign. I don't think a -1 penalty is that bad, but I don't think it's enough. Remove the reference to hands except with mentioning the somatic components. That could also be another example, if you wanted to just lose the hand reference entirely. So Steve says that disadvantage, on average, is a -4.5 from your rolls. And I do think that that is very worth thinking about. But a thing that you might not be thinking about is that -1 penalties or flat minus penalties stack on top of advantage. So, for example, if you restrain a creature and then hit it with seize, it's not going to have double disadvantage on attack rolls if you make seize disadvantage on attack rolls. But if you restrain it and then do seize, it will have -1 to attack rolls and disadvantage on attack rolls. So there is a power balance there in either direction that is worth thinking about. Yeah. Exactly. But either way, I think it's interesting. I think it's a noble pursuit. I almost want to encourage you. Can I tell you what I actually think would be the move here? I would encourage you to lean away from it affecting attack rolls at all. I would lean much more into it affecting what people are able to do with their hands. So I would make it so it like gives creatures disadvantage on, you know, checks to disarm traps, sleight of hand checks, maybe checks related to playing games or playing instruments or carrying things, something like that. I would lean into the object interaction and the literal wiggling of fingers side of things and see if that feels okay. It doesn't need to hit hard as a combat spell. Silence does not hit hard as a combat spell. It does against a wizard sometimes. But I would think about that. Play around with that. I think that this is a solid idea for a spell. And I think what you need to do is play around with the space of how do I make this spell as cool for it being a unique and evocative thing as possible. And right now, the coolest part of the spell is the fucking with somatic components, which is like the fiddling with hands stuff. So I would lean harder in that direction. Okay, those are my thoughts, Fract. I like it a lot. My teeth feel weird tonight. I might have to brush them in a second. My gums feel weird. If they don't stop feeling weird at the end of this piece, I'm going to take 2 seconds to go brush my teeth. Get a little gum massage in there. Okay. Hyper-condensed design notes. Cool. I want to create a class that balances danger with power. Hard to do. Worth trying. I'm only going to read the first or second level feature at most. I designed the mechanics before the lore, and I'm not sure if the theme fits. That's fine. I'm probably not going to look at the lore that much, if I'm honest, because, again, class is a lot. My initial theme choice is already printed as the Archfiend subclass, okay? I'm unsure if the first ability has little or too much drawback. I chose a D8 since that's the Warlock's hit die. The ability is centered around a bonus action to limit self-healing. I don't want the decision-making of the first ability to be reduced or negated. Since the core subclass relies on once per day power... Wait, is this a class or a subclass? I intend to publish this on the Homebrew and Reddit, so please be as critical as possible. All right, let's just dive in. Oh, it's a subclass. It's not a whole class. You got me thinking you were doing a whole class. Ooh. Whoa, look at that, guys. Look, it moves. Did you see that? That's cool. That's fucking cool. Impressive, dude. I have no idea how you did that. That's awesome. That's really cool. Legitimately, bonus points. Big fucking bonus points. What's your name? Snug. Snug. I'm gonna be honest with you for a second here, buddy. I am rarely impressed. That is impressive. That is legitimately cool. Very cool. Good job. Okay, now let's take a look at this bad boy. When we think about playing D&D, we think about it as a role-playing game that we sit around a table with our friends a lot of the time. We think about it like a pen and paper game. But the truth of the matter is, quite a lot of people, myself included, play way more often online than we do in person. And when we play online, it gives us access to a whole set of tools to help accommodate for that missing space of the human-human interaction. This is a perfect example of how you can take advantage of the digital space in how you do your design. Perfect. Okay. Now that I blew up your fucking ego, let's tear you to shreds. I have witnessed the void of the cosmos, where amethyst orbs drift without control, where they move in their terrified, unseen wisdom without unseen, where they move in their terror unseen, without wisdom, shine, or soul. Oh, it's a poem. Make it look more like a poem. Oh, make it look more like a poem. I like that it rhymes, but I should read it in verse. Make it 2 stanzas. 2 stanzas. Okay. I might not read all of your flavor text, but we'll see. You close your eyes and focus your mind, summoning the Wait, did you say you made did you say you made the mechanics before the flavor here? You did. Okay. You close your eyes and focus your mind, summoning the strange sensation that always accompanies your transcendence. Suddenly, you're weightless, pulled from your body and propelled through the fabric of reality into the vast expanse. The stars blur past you, and the void presses in on all sides, threatening to swallow you whole. Okay. I'm going to tell you 2 things right now. Wait, your name is different in chat. You're Soulcatcher. Soulcatcher, I'm going to tell you 2 things right now. And they're slightly contradictory. But if you are somebody that does writing, which I'm going to guess you are based on the way that this is writing, I feel like you will be accepting of contradictory feedback because good feedback is somewhat contradictory a lot of the time. Number 1, I really like the flow of your sentences. I talk about flow a lot in my homebrew and feedback, and I talk a lot about how when the flavor text of a piece is the hallway through which you enter the piece. If the flavor text is boring or uncomfortable or awkward or kind of not trashy, but like shoddily made, it's hard to walk down that hallway. You might not even be interested in reading the piece. This is nice. That being said, you have a big tendency to make long sentences that lean into a lot of comma usage. And I think, with the bottom of my heart, I'm actually going to read a tiny bit more, but we're going to move on past this, because having read this is... You don't need much advice on the flavor text. I genuinely don't think you need that much advice on it. This is the advice that you need. Find some short fucking sentences to put in this long piece. Don't make every sentence multiple phrases with commas in between. And here's why. A 4-word sentence after a 10-word sentence is so strong. Oh my God, it's so strong. And we as writers have a tendency to put in more work, more words, especially if we're like not quite sure if the vibe is right, because we don't know if we're saying the right thing or not. But you have to put confidence in your phrasing. Use less, not more. Less is more. Oh, literally, Destiny just said it. Destiny the Curse just said it as I was fucking saying it. Destiny, you're in my brain tonight. Okay. Just as you might be lost forever, an onslaught of discordant sounds erupts in your mind. Like, that sentence also kind of... There's a lot of things that are very repetitive now. Like, that's a good sentence, but I don't know if we need it, because we're already getting a lot of cosmic chaos sentences. At a certain point, we need something clear. Like this, a cacophony of tears tears at your thought. That's the same as discordant sounds erupt in your mind. You're getting repetitive now. So we're going to move on. This is Eldritch shit. We get it. Okay, spell list. Dissonant Whispers, Guiding Bolt. Interesting dichotomy there. Augury, Tasha's Mind Whip, Clairvoyance, Melf's Minute Meteors, Arcane Eye, Confusion, Legend Lore, Flame Strike. I like this. Flame Strike should go... I'm going to just tell you which ones to take out, because this is mostly really good. Get out Flame Strike. Find something else to put there. I feel like Melnuf's Minute Meteors could go. Can I make a suggestion? I really enjoy the radiant damage as being tied to something eldritch. That's a personal opinion thing, but I often will make the eldritch forces in my game also do radiant damage, because I think it's cool to have eldritch radiance. So I would lean into that. Maybe Flame Strike, I think, has a little bit of radiant damage, so maybe that's why you put that. But yeah, I think Melf's Minute Meteors is just fire. I would lean into radiant stuff. Just joined in this, but too many big damage. First of all, welcome, Zelmel, excuse me. Too many big damage spells for the feel on this as an immediate reaction. How many big damage spells are there? We got damage spell. I think there's 1, 2, 3. I mean, they do different things though, right? Like this Guiding Bolt kind of has alternative uses. Tasha's Whip, yeah, it can also. I don't know. I feel like it's not too many. Maybe, I don't know. I would maybe change Flame Strike. I would maybe change Tasha's Mind Whip. I don't know. I like Tasha's Mind Whip. I would change Melf's Minute Meteors at least, though. All right, those are my thoughts. Let's move on. Getting Sickening Okay, this would be a good class to get Sickening Radiance for free at 10th level, in the same way that the Fathomless gets something for free at 10th level. Okay, let's look at what we get. Cosmic Surge. Starting at first level, as an action, you can tap into the raw power of the infested stars, channeling their chaotic essence to transcend the limit. Again, dude, okay, you're decently good at words, and I like that, but now you're shooting yourself in the foot. End it right here. Literally remove this whole second half. All this second half does is make the first half less strong. That first half is strong. This is good. This is solid. Trust yourself. Trust your writing. This does enough. Once per day, you don't put the limit here. You put the limit at the end. You can add, so you just say, you also need to say, what is this? Is it an action? Is it a bonus action? Okay, so here, it says it here. Okay. As an action, you can activate your cosmic, put the action after the flavor text, not before it. You can activate Cosmic Surge, causing your eyes to blaze with starlight and your voice to echo with alien whispers. For the next minute, at the start of each of your turns, you regain spell slots as if you had finished a short rest. Okay. These spell slots do not count against the maximum number of slots you can possess. That's a weird word because you don't possess spell slots, you have them. Use the right language. Number of spell slots you have or have access to. As the eldritch power of your infested star overflows your moral frame. However, each time you regain a spell slot in this way, you risk being consumed by the unyielding forces of the cosmos. Your body and mind are racked with searing agony of psychic energy, dealing 1d8 psychic damage for every spell slot you regain above your normal limit. This damage cannot be reduced or prevented. You can end this ability as an action. Wait a minute. So, am I reading this right? I activate it. And if I'm missing spell slots, I can recover those spell slots. But if I recover spell slots above my limit of spell slots, I start taking damage. But if I don't recover them over my limit, I just keep getting them for free? Am I misreading that? Otatas is getting lost. I'm getting a little lost too. This is unclear how it's written. It seems like you get infinite spell regeneration. The way that the way that it's written right now, whatever your goal is, Soulcatcher, the way that it's written right now, it reads like so long as you don't ever refill them over your number. So let's say you have 2 spell slots. So long as you don't refill them over 2 spell slots, then you just get them for free. So I think 2 things. One, you could try to fix this and clean up that language. You could do that. Let me offer you an alternative idea. Make a new feature. I genuinely, from the bottom of my heart, disagree with a Warlock's first level feature being a way for it to recover spell slots. Don't think that's the move. I genuinely do not think that's the move. I feel like that is too fundamentally misaligned with a Warlock's core class concept. That's where my head is at. You don't need to agree with me on this. I'm going to keep going, but you don't need to agree with me on this, but I don't think that that's the move. If you really want to keep that as the core class feature, the ability to get spell slots back, then what you do is you make it a once a day thing. Actually, no, I don't even... Never mind. I don't like what I was even going to say. I don't think this should be it. I don't think this is the move. I think it's too fundamentally misaligned with the Warlock. What I was going to say is you could make it a lot more similar. It is once a day. I didn't mean once a day for a minute. I meant once a day, like once. You can use a feature. You take damage equal to... this is what I would maybe make it if I was going to keep it. As an action, you can manifest in yourself an extra spell slot. That spell slot is of a level equal to your Warlock spell level. When you use this feature, you take a number of d8s of psychic damage equal to that spell slot's level. That damage cannot be resisted or negated in any way. I might even have that reduce your maximum hit points. And that would be it. It would be a once a day free spell slot of your level. I would not make it more than that. It happening every round is way too much. That is a way you could solve it. But again, I'm going to say that I don't know if I think that's the move. I think there's a lot of fun things we can do with Eldritch stuff. We're going to keep going. It does seem like there's a lot of spell slot stuff moving forward. So if that's your goal here, then I don't want to push you against your goal. So I'm going to try to help you within the goal. Starting at damage is too easy to heal. Can't regain the hit points. Yeah. That's the move, Joe. For sure. Starting at 6th level, whenever you have more spell slots than your maximum, you can, as a bonus action, draw upon your connection to your infested star. You can sacrifice a number of hit points equal to the excess spell slots you have. If you do, you need to clarify when you're talking about spell slots if you mean spell slots or levels of spell slot. Like, if it's a 5th level, if you have one extra 5th level spell slot, are you sacrificing 1 or are you sacrificing 5? If you do, you gain temporary hit points equal to twice the number of excess spell slots you have. However, this influx of extra planar vitality takes a toll on your mortal form. Each time you use this feature, it causes a portion of your being to become entwined with the otherworldly essence of your far realm star, marking you with a cosmic brand of dark energy. This brand counts as a single failed death saving throw each time you are reduced to 0 hit points. The influence of the infested star fades over time, reducing the number of brands by 1 each time you complete a long rest. It's amount, not level. Okay, that I also think I disagree with then, because your spell slots are all of the highest possible level you can cast. So that again makes it too strong. Okay, so what is this actually trying to do? Because I think you're shooting yourself in the foot with the mechanics here. You're getting way too complicated. I'm losing the plot as I go. Okay, so what happens? You can sacrifice hit points up to a number. So let's say you sacrifice 4 hit points. You then gain temporary hit points equal to twice the number. So if I sacrifice 4 hit points, I gain 8 temporary hit points. And each time I use this ability, I essentially have 1 failed death saving throw. And it stacks in the way that exhaustion stacks, where you only lose 1 on a long rest. So the most you could basically do is actually you can do it infinitely so long as you don't drop to 0. Because if you drop to 0, then you just instantly die. But if you don't, then there's no consequence to having you can have 30 failed death saves. It doesn't really matter. TD Pod says, one of these days I want to make a magic system where you must dealing with death stuff. Maybe. Not nearly enough health. The Eldritch is clearly present. How does this stack with whether or not this was intended to stack with the first level feature, it doesn't feel like it does. I think that it's fun to make features that stack, but the problem is that I genuinely think there's too much going on here for these things to stack nicely. There's too many pieces that have to click together. I think that, okay, this is what I would do if I were you. I would, again, almost the same exact feedback for the first piece. I would make it like, while this feature is active, you can use a bonus action on your turn to gain temporary hit points equal to something related to the amount of permanent hit points that you have lost based on the feedback I gave you for the first one. Something like that I think would be fine. But I would not make it any more complicated than that. And I would just keep it like that. So essentially it would be like, if you had 1 3rd level spell slot, you would be down 3 hit points. And as a bonus action, you could gain 6 temporary hit points. Something like that. But I would not wouldn't make it any more complicated than that. Keep it simple. I don't like the death saving throw as the resource management mechanic here. I would probably just figure something else out to do. I mean, it already sort of is resource managed by the fact that you can only do it during Cosmic Surge. So you don't really need to resource manage this feature at all. Well, if you spent all hit points except one, then you technically have double hit points. Maybe in its current state now, but based on the suggestions that I made, you got to be very limited in how you can use these features, and they have to subtract from your maximum hit points. So you can't bump back up. So like if your max hit points get really low, at a certain point you just sort of stop. But I do agree with what you're saying here, which is why I think the limit has to be based on a single use. Like it can't be the number of that you're dropping can't ever be that high. Stellar Flare. Starting at 10th level, whenever you have spell slots above your maximum, your infested stars powers infuse your spells with stellar energy. You get a bonus to your spell attack rolls and spell save theories. No, man. This is just a bad move. This is just a bad move. This is just too easily exploitable. Giving you bonuses to your spell attack rolls and spell save DCs is just too exploitable. It's just too exploitable. Because you could really, really, really easily be in a situation where you're getting like +4 or 5 to spell attacks and damage rolls, like easily. You are overcompensating for the negatives and making this thing way too strong. All right, let's read the 14th level feature, and then we're going to go back and sort of give a little general feedback. Starting at 14th level, when you regain spell slots through any means, your connection to your infested star deepens, and you can choose to empower your spells with cosmic energy. Once per turn, you can add the difference between your current hit points and your... Don't do this, math. No. No. Once per turn, you can add the difference between your current hit points and your maximum hit points to the damage of a total spell. Any damage with this ability counts to the same... No. Again, you need a new feature here. And for the Warlocks shouldn't have an every turn 14th level feature. They should have a once a day feature for their 14th level. Okay, so if you want to build a Warlock around getting extra spell slots and those spell slots impacting other features, you have to really limit the amount of extra spell slots it has to the point where I think it needs to be 1 per day. I don't think it should be more than that. And then you can scale things off of the level of that spell slot, which will rise with your creature, with your character. The other thing that I want to point out here is as it's written, none of these features are active unless Cosmic Surge is active, as far as I can tell. So once you use Cosmic Surge, you don't get access to any of your features for the rest of the day. And that's kind of boring. So I would try to think more holistically about what this class is supposed to be. What does it mean to be a star spawn warlock? Is part of it tapping into the Eldritch Cosmos and getting an extra spell slot? Maybe. But that shouldn't be all it is. And not everything should be tied to that. You should get some other Eldritch-y shit along the way. I feel like right now, it is... you've built too complicated a vehicle for the concept in its place. Majorly simplify your ideas, and try to have some that don't have anything to do with extra spell slots, not extra spell slots, stuff like that. Try to drop some of that. I think the idea is it's a noble shot you took, but I do think that right now it's just there's too many fish in the barrel. Lean into your flavor more. Also, I would say cut half your flavor text out and make it say things that aren't repetitive. But overall, really solid first draft, and I am curious to see if you continue working on it. Thank you very much for sharing, Snug. Sub-Hero. My players and I love big battles with a ton of enemies, but the casters tend to be pretty quickly swarmed if they're not careful. I made this spell to give them more breathing room when fighting and not be forced to move from their positions. So far, they're having a blast with it. Cool. Guys, I need to brush my teeth. My teeth hurt. Not my teeth, my gums. I need to give them a little massage. I'm going to be right back. In the meantime, you guys can look at this spell really quickly, and I'll be back in like 2 seconds. I'm actually going to be right here. In the shadows. In the shadows. In the shadows. I'm a man in the shadow. Spilling toothpaste on the floor. Okay, that feels nice. That felt nice. I just needed a little gum massage. Consider gums massaged. Okay. Tectonic Clap. Second level. The caster holds a firm stance and begins to produce a loud, thunderous clap from the force of their hands colliding together. The force causes the ground in a 50-foot circle centered on the caster to completely shatter, making the area around the caster difficult terrain. Any 50 foot? Jesus, that's big. Any creature other than the caster within the range of the attack, just say within range, must make a con saving throw or take 4d8 force damage on a failure, or half as much on a success. That is a fucking huge area for a second level spell. 50 foot, just to give you a frame of reference, that's almost as big a radius as Circle of Death, which is like a 6th level spell. So, and this does 4d8 force damage, which is not a lot. It's not small potatoes. That's good damage for a second level spell. That's very good damage for a second level spell. That's very good damage for a second level spell if it's single target. Even a 50-foot diameter is too big for a second level spell. That's still a 25-foot range. That's too big. For 4d8 force damage, too big. I want to say, I mean, if you're using it and you're enjoying it, then I'm not going to tell you what to do. But if I was going to put this spell in my game, I would probably make the range 15 feet. And I would probably make the damage 2d8 force damage. Not 4d8. Spike Growth is not the spell to compare this one to. Spike Growth works totally differently. Force damage I could see making sense. Thunder damage would also make sense, for sure. How low would the damage need to be to justify a 25-foot radius? 1d8? I think 1d8. You can find the link to my Discord in description in the oh, maybe it's not good. Here, I'll I think the Discord link in my video description is old. Let me fix it. Excuse me. Join the Discord. All right, the Discord link should be updated, so you should be able to click it in the video description. And then you will be able to join with the magic of the internet. No, don't apologize. You didn't do anything wrong. I needed to fix it. I'm a Mr. Fix-It man sometimes. Not always, but sometimes. Okay, it's a really cool spell. I like the idea. I totally get the way it's place it sits. It's basically Thunder Wave, but in a circle, and I get that. I think that's fun. Knocking prone is a little stronger than knocking back, and its radius is crazy and you're insane. But yeah, if you're enjoying it, then don't listen to anything I say. All right, Sub-Hero. I hope that was helpful. If I was going to put it in my game, I would significantly lower the damage or the range, but probably both. What class gets the magic of the internet? I don't know. Oh, it's Slime. It's Ludwig's friend Slime. Howdy, Cinder! I have a batch of 5 sorcerers attuned to different elements. While they are a matched set today, I have submitted the Electromancer, focusing on caring about movement and positioning. Oh, I love elemental sorcerers. I love an elemental sorcerer. Guys, should we change the music? We've been doing cowboy music for a while. Are we ready for a new type of music? Here, I'll put another poll up. I'm not putting on heavy metal. I don't like listening to heavy metal when I'm talking. It's too hard for me to... I get distracted by it. I like heavy metal, but I can do heavy metal when I'm, like, reading or, like, walking, but I can't do it when I'm talking. More Western. Something else. All right, the poll is up. Electromancer. Let's make it a little bigger. Can you guys see it? Can you guys see it okay? Is that easily readable? Heart of Lightning. As an Electromancer, at first level, whenever... You don't need a capital here. Whenever you start casting a spell of first level or higher... Just say whenever you cast, not start casting. Bolts of electrical magic surge through you. This power causes you to move 5 feet in any direction, a number of feet equal to half your sorcerer modifier. I'm going to point out something that's going to make you subset in a minute. Casting range of spells are determined by where you... Wait, what? The casting range of spells are determined by where you are after this movement, and moving this way does not cause you to take attacks of opportunities. So... This is really similar to the Storm Sorcerer. Like, it's similar enough to the Storm Sorcerer that the differences are not enough for me to feel like it's good. And I don't mean that it's bad, but like... Look at Tempest Magic. Whenever you cast a spell of first level or higher, you move 10 feet without provoking opportunity attacks. That is almost the same as this. It's not exactly the same, and I get that, but I'm going to argue that it's too similar. I think it's too similar. What's the big difference here? The big difference here is that eventually you will move a little farther, because eventually you will move 15 feet instead of the 5 feet you'll move initially, and that it essentially increases the range of your spells by that much. I think that this is not distinct enough from the Storm Sorcerer, personally. Does it work? Yeah, I think it kind of works fine. But I think that a alternative thing would make sense. All right, Expanded Transmutation. At 3rd level, you gain access to this meta magic in addition to your choices of meta magic feature. Transmuted Spell. Okay, cool. You just get Transmute Spell. That's fine. Living Conduit. Storm. Is this different? Whenever you cast a spell that deals damage from the following list, you can spend Sorcerer for it. So there's already a Transmute Spell feature that kind of does this. Is the main difference here that Radiant is included? I have mixed feelings about auto giving you this. Also, if you want to include a 3rd level feature, you actually need to include it in a 1st level feature, because sorcerers don't get 3rd level features. There are some sorcerers that sort of get 3rd level features, like the Shadow Sorcerer, but again, the way that's done is by that feature being included in the 1st level feature. Shouldn't it be spells that aren't those damage types? Just say, oh, I got it. Oh, thank you, HWP Neon, for joining. Pretty cool. Very cool. All right, you guys wanted to listen to something else? All right, I see it. I'm ending the poll. I ended the poll. 41 votes. That was big participation numbers. A lot of people want something else. All right, let's do something else. We are going to stick to the public domain tabletop audio music because I don't want to have my channel cut off in the middle. But that's okay. We've got a lot of things to work with here. Do you guys want something a little bit more spooky, a little bit more playful, a little bit more sci-fi? I feel like people want something sci-fi. I'm feeling sci-fi. I'm getting a lot of you guys feeling, I feel like you guys want something sci-fi. Sci-fi, lo-fi, sci-fi. All right, we're gonna do some sci-fi. This is called Sojourn. Is it good? No, that's not sci-fi at all. How about this? This is like we're on a spaceship. This is almost too sci-fi. No, this is too... Okay, wait. We're gonna find it. Everybody shut the hell up. Here we go. This is like a solar punk. This is like a solar punk soundtrack. We'll go with that for a little bit. Oh yeah, this is gonna be good. Okay. Let's look at Living Conduit. 6th level. As an Electromancer at 6th level... Did I put everything right? Yes, I did. Let's look. Okay. Get quieter. Thank you. As an Electromancer at 6th level, whenever an ally within 10 feet of you would take lightning damage, you can choose to take that damage instead. In addition, if that lightning damage was caused by a spell, gain a spell slot equal to 1 level less than that of the spell. If you don't gain spell slots in this way, gain a sorcery point instead. I'm not a fan. I don't like... it's very situational, so it's almost not too powerful, right? Because it's like, you're either going to get a shit ton of use out of this in a combat encounter, or you're not going to get a single use out of this. It really depends on the things you're fighting. But there are a lot of ways to easily juke this. Like, a lot of ways to easily juke this. Like, you could have an ally deal a lightning damage to an ally. That's one way. Yeah, the other thing that I want to say that just feels weird, and maybe I missed it, is I don't love us taking lightning damage on behalf of another creature if we're not resistant to lightning damage. You know? Can I make a suggestion for Living Conduit? I would make it stronger, and I would make it limited in use. This is what I would do. I would probably make it a reaction, and I would make it something like, when an ally within a certain range of you takes lightning damage, you can use your reaction to either half that damage or make a single instance of that damage reduced to 0. And on your next turn, you gain access to an extra spell sorcery point that you need to use on that next turn. And I would make it like a once-a-day feature. Something like that. Or I would make it cost sorcery points to use. And I would be like, when an ally within a certain range from you takes lightning damage, you can spend a certain amount of sorcery points to reduce that damage to 0. Something like that. What if you got a mini absorb elements? That could work. Imagine having that feature and fighting a Tempest Cleric, though. Yeah, but like that's the exception to the rule. That's not like the normal, you know? Maybe you can keep using it to have damage, and then when you use it to negate the damage and gain a slot, you can't use it again until a rest. Something like that could work. Something like that could work. I want there to be... Here's the problem that I'm facing. The problem that I'm facing is that I want some inherent lightning powers. We are an Electromancer. We should have some inherent way of doing lightning damage. We should have a unique way to cast Shocking Grasp. We should have a regular special lightning thing that we are able to do. That's sort of how I feel. I also am not really feeling any real identity of this subclass. Well, it's very reactive right now. I mean, I get the vibe here, but I think we're missing the forest for the trees a little bit. I think that Conduit is a cool idea, but I don't think it's a cool idea on top of this stuff. We need a little bit of a heavier opening. Impact Strike, 14th level. As an Electromancer at 14th level, you are immune to damage caused by falling. You need to rewrite this so it's written properly. Beginning at 14th level, you no longer take fall damage. Something like that. Write it mechanically in a sound way. Instead, at the end of a fall, if you fall onto a creature, it takes 1d6 lightning damage for each 10 feet you fall to a maximum of 20 feet. In addition, whenever you fall, you can choose to land 5 feet in any direction for each 10 feet you fell. Okay, so two things here. One, unless you are giving us a mechanic that lets us skyrocket into the air, I don't think that this feature fits this subclass. Secondly, if you want to do a glide mechanic, there are several things in D&D that already have a glide mechanic. Look at the Simic Hybrid, for example. Copy that language. Third of all, I think the damage maximum is too high if this is an infinite use feature. I don't mind an ability just deleting somebody if it's a once-a-day feature. I think that that's okay. But I do think that this being a somewhat permanent feature is a little bit of a thing. Yeah, I'm not sure what the core mechanic of this subclass is supposed to be. All these features almost feel like they belong to different types of electric creatures. Let's look at the last one. As an Electromancer at 18th level, your body is now saturated with magic, lightning arcing from your body. Just say lightning with lightning. Or just say your body is saturated with lightning. Or just say your body arcs with lightning. Your speed is doubled, and you can move vertically. Does this mean you can fly? Just say you gain a fly speed equal to your movement speed. Just say that. And then say, in addition, before you start this sentence. As a bonus action, you can spend 6 sorcery points to overcharge yourself. While overcharged, you can take the dash action as a free action once per turn. You can move through occupied terrain, and creatures you pass through take 3d6 lightning damage. They can only take this damage once per turn. You remain in this form for 1 minute. It ends early if you are incapacitated, if you die, or you dismiss this as a bonus action. Okay, 6 sorcery points to become a lightning spark, dude. I would make it not a free dash. I would probably make it a bonus action. This plus this becomes too powerful. Yeah, technically there is no such thing as a free action. I know what you mean, but you would just say no action required. While overcharged, you can dash, no action required, is how you would word that. Living Lightning is cool. You just got to simplify it a little bit. I like it for the most part. I want to suggest that you make it a little bit less strong. You make it free the first time they use it, and then you make it cost 6 sorcery points for additional uses after the first. I want to suggest you come up with a new feature for 14th level. I want to suggest you come up with a new feature for first level. And I want to suggest that you... This might be able to stay really similar depending on what those new 1st and 14th level features are, actually. This one I have questions about. I guess what my main piece of feedback for this whole thing is, what's the point? What's the goal? In your document, you said the point was to create a very mobile-feeling subclass. I would argue that that is not what you made here. It gets a tiny bit of mobility at first level, but again, that's just that's the Tempest Cleric feature, so we're not even going to pretend it has that because we need something unique. The next time it gets mobility is 18th level. That's not mobility. So if you want this to be mobile, get the mobility in at the earlier levels. So yeah, that's my feedback. Those are my thoughts. I think you got some stuff you need to tone down and some stuff you can refocus, and you have a lot of room left to play. I think the flavor is there. As other people said, I think Living Lightning is a good goal piece. And I think that you could play around with static a little bit more and also try to include some genuine ways of dealing lightning damage and maybe being resistant to lightning damage or immune to it, right? There's my thoughts, Slime. I hope they were at least medium helpful. It is time for Vander. This druid is inspired by the Griffin Saddlebags Druid of the Unbroken Circle. If you guys remind me, I'll tell you a little anecdote about a griffin from Griffin Saddlebag. Using the same concept of a melee druid, which gets an enhanced shillelagh, but with a twist better suited for my own homebrew campaign setting. Cool, I like that. So here's a little anecdote about Griffin from Griffin Saddlebag. Before Griffin Saddlebag was famous and was very even successful, he and I tried to start a project together. And I totally dropped the ball on it. And it was 100% my fault that the project didn't get off the ground, and I take full responsibility for it. And we have not been in touch in several years, but we used to talk pretty regularly, and he's a really, really nice guy. And I've been hesitant to reach back out to him, because I'm only really recently starting to be a content creator person again, but I probably should. But I haven't reached back out to him yet. But he and I used to like hang out on Discord. Okay. Circle of the Briar. Druids that watch... did I post it in the chat? I did. Okay. Druids that watch civilians... Druids... Excuse me. Druids that watch civilization consume the natural world often despair at the loss of the wilds, but there are some that take that anguish and use it as fuel to fight back. This sentence is too long. What if you just started the sentence with the second half? Some druids take the anguish of the wilds and use it to fight back against civilization. Feels like it basically says the same thing in less words, right? These druids belong to the Circle of the Briar and draw on nature's wrath for their power. Rather than being a tight-knit community, it is instead a fragmented society. I would say they are a fragmented society of individuals with a common goal. Reclaim the land in the name of nature by any means necessary. Oh, so they're terrorists. I see. They embody the viciousness of nature and the roiling tide it can be when it strikes back. Roiling tide it can be? What if it's roiling tide it can bring? Like a natural disaster, they seek to return what was stolen. I'm going to burp. There we go. What was stolen, with some going further and wishing to raise. I would change it. Like a natural disaster, they seek to return what was stolen. Period. Actually, I don't know. I like the language of like a natural disaster. They seek to return what was stolen. Natural disasters don't seek to return what was stolen. I would rephrase it. I would say they seek to return what was stolen. But some, like natural disasters, seek to raise civilization or something like that. Because I would argue that natural disasters do not at all try to seek what was stolen. That's not what they do. Okay, let's look at our features. Let's dive into the meat of these bones. Overall, flavor text, pretty solid. A couple things you can tweak, but like, you're most of the way there. Bramble Arms. Nice name. You gain proficiency in martial weapons and learn the Shillelagh cantrip. You don't need martial weapon proficiency if you have the Shillelagh cantrip. If you already know it, unless you want them to fight with things other than the Shillelagh. If you already know it, you learn a different Druid cantrip instead. You also have the Ensnaring Strike spell prepared, and it counts as a Druid spell for you, and doesn't count against the number of spells you can prepare. So I would make this a different paragraph. And I would say, in addition, you know the Ensnaring Strike spell, and you know the Ensnaring Strike spell, it is always prepared for you and doesn't count against the number of spells you have prepared. Something like that. When you cast Shillelagh, you can instead cast it on any weapon. Oh, I see. Any weapon of your choice. I got you. It counts as a spellcasting focus for your duration for the Shillelagh. Okay. You still might not need proficiency in weapons if you can turn another weapon into a Shillelagh, because it's still being a Shillelagh. So I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know what the answer is there, but my gut tells me that if you can make another weapon count as your Shillelagh, you also need to use the language, because even if you turn a greatsword into a Shillelagh, it will still do 1d8 damage. It will not do 2d6 damage. So what you should probably say is you might even want to change it so it's not using Shillelagh. You might want to change it so, or change the language so when you cast Shillelagh on a weapon, it keeps the damage die and weapon properties of that weapon. So if it's like a lance, it stays a D10 and continues to have reach, for example. Or if you use it on a whip, it keeps its D4 but gains but uses your wisdom modifier. Something like that. But you got to figure out where it's going to sit in that box. Armor of Thorns. As an action, you can expend the use of your wild shape feature to cause... Is Shillelagh an action or a bonus action to cast? How do I spell Shillelagh? There we go. Bonus action. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. I just wanted to make sure. You can use a bonus action to expend use of your wild shape to cause your armor or clothing to become wreathed in thorny branches and twigs. Whenever you are hit by a melee attack, you can use your reaction to deal 1d4 piercing damage, just single, no S here, to the attacker. I'm not scared anymore, guys. You can't scare me anymore with your sexy tunes. I just danced to it. I don't give a fuck. Piercing damage to the attacker. It's considered magical for the purposes of overcoming resistances. 2d4 at 5, 3d4 at 11, 4d4 at 17. Okay, two thoughts. One, I do think you need to decide, am I making any item a Shillelagh where it keeps its item properties, or is it keeping its dice properties, or both? Figure that out for yourself. Get that clear. I like this a lot. I want to suggest that it's not strong enough. I don't think it's strong enough. We're not getting any special uses of armor, so we're limited to leather armor, basically, or medium armor. Like, we're not going to be able to be in anything with metal anyway, so we're still only mediocrely armored. I think that this should do something else. I think it should give you an AC boost, maybe. I think it should probably... I would say AC boost. I would say that's the move. And if you wanted to... Oh, man. I want to make a suggestion that I almost don't want to make. If the AC boost was half your proficiency bonus rounded down, that means it would be a +1 bonus to your AC until like level 8 or 9, and then it would be a +2. I don't know what the AC bonus should be, but I think it could be an AC bonus. 10 pinpoints could be fun, but that's what the Spore Druid gets. Yes, it also does not have a duration. That's a great call. Who said that? Thank you, Kuatis. Good call. There is no duration. There should be a duration, and that duration should probably be a minute or 10 minutes. Vander, I don't give a fuck what's implied. As soon as you're implying something, you're making a mistake. If the rule isn't written, the rule's not there. Because you are not using your wild shape. You're expending a use of your wild shape to do something. So put the duration. It will make it stronger. If you post this online and you're like, I hope people like this and read this, you are going to get 30 annoying comments on Reddit. 30. Then they're all going to be like, actually, it doesn't have a duration at the second level, so maybe you should change that. And what's going to end up happening is every fucking shithead on Reddit is going to totally not pay attention to all the cool things you put in here because they're going to be like, oh, there's a little thing I can correct. Half the reason why I make these suggestions for clarity is because I want your pieces to work for any random person online. But the other half is because I want the shitheads to have as little on you as possible so that they just have to accept that you are making some awesome homebrew. There is no better way to crush a Redditor than to have them have nothing to say because you just made something good. Don't give them an inch. You're too strong for that. This is a good subclass so far. I like this. I don't want to see it eaten by a bunch of fucking scummy nose-up Redditors. Okay. Nature's Teeth, 6th level. When you cast Shillelagh, you can keep the original damage. Oh my god, I'm so... Vandrin? What's your name? You're not Vandrin, you're Vander. You know what's so funny? It's here. It's here. The whole thing where I was asking about is here. I'm so dumb. All right. When you cast Shillelagh, you can keep the original damage of the weapon or use the D8 of the spell as normal, whichever is higher, if you choose. The damage dice further increases to a D10 at 10th level, D12 at 6th level. That's confusing. So does that mean you're choosing between a D12 or the damage die of the object? I guess it does. In addition, you can attack twice instead of once when you take the attack action. Okay. You can't do both. This is what it should be. Let them pick the damage die of the weapon at level 2, and then give them double attack with Shillelagh at level 6. You can't have them. You can't have it increase in damage and give them extra attacks. You either treat it like a cantrip, which increases in damage, or you treat it like attacks, where they get extra attacks. Don't do both. I would say make it extra attack. That's me. 10th level. Once per turn, while under the effects of your Armor of Thorns, and with Shillelagh active, the way that you write that is as I would say, it says, when your Armor of Thorns and Shillelagh are active at the same time, you gain the following ability. Once per turn, whenever you hit a creature with a Shillelagh, you gain temporary hit points equal to half the damage dealt. The temp HP lasts as long as your armor. I don't know, man. I feel like there's a cooler thing we could do here. Can we do something else here at 10th level? Can we make it different than temporary hit points? Okay. Temporary hit points can work. I don't think the amount that you get should scale off of the damage that you deal. I think it should be a number that's based on something else, like your wisdom modifier or half your druid level or something like that. I think it can work. I think it's fine. But I almost want to encourage you to get a little bit weirder with it. I almost want to encourage you to get a little weirder with it. Like, Like, what if it's something like, whenever your Armor of Thorns is active, and you hit a creature with your Shillelagh attack, you can do something extra to that creature. That creature has disadvantage on attack rolls until the end of its next turn. Something like that. Like you're fucking shit up. I would make it more like you're fucking shit up than you're getting beefier. That's what I would do. That's my opinion. You don't need to take that, but that's where I would lean. Okay. Or make it like Armor of Agathis. That's true, but it does sort of have that armor feature already. You know what you could do? You know what you could do at 10th level? You could make it so this extra damage no longer requires a reaction. It just happens whenever you are hit with a melee attack. You could do something like that. Also. Different, but also very strong. Maybe even stronger. All right. Return to Ruin. Oh, you doing some sausage streaming? Hell yeah. No. I don't think the temporary hit points last too long. That's not the issue. I just think it's not exciting. Like, there's, like, the way that you described this thing in here, it really evokes this, like, very aggressive, ruthless machine. It's like, you mentioned, like, raising civilization and, like, rising tides, and it just feels like you want to feel like a force of nature in combat. And I feel like there are probably more offensive things that would help fit that more than defensive. That is, again, though, really my opinion. That's there's not a wrong. The 10 hit points could work. So don't listen to me if you think that if you're like, I don't like this, then don't listen to me. Let's look at Return to Ruin. You embody the inevitable nature. I'm sorry. You embody the inevitability of nature, reclaiming the land from civilization. While you have temporary hit points from your Nourish the Roots feature, you gain several benefits. You're resistant to slashing, bludgeoning, and piercing damage from non-magical weapons and poison, but become vulnerable to fire. Oof. Living plants are not that vulnerable to fire, to be honest. I don't know if you need that if you're trying to be flavorful. Damage rolls with a weapon under the effects of Shillelagh deal additional damage equal to the weapon's type. Deal additional damage of the weapon's type equal to your proficiency bonus. You can add half your proficiency bonus to saving throws made to maintain concentration. This is a little too strong. This is a little too strong. I'll tell you what you should do. I would keep resistance to slashing, piercing, bludgeoning, and poison. I would drop vulnerability to fire. Keep it non-magical. I would come up with a different extra thing here. I don't like this one. Come up with something different. It can be more damage, but manifest it in another way. And I think that this is probably fine at the end. I guess I want to encourage you to I want to encourage one of two ideas here. One, if you do keep the temp hit points and you keep this tied to the temp hit points, this doesn't feel good. Fix this and get rid of the vulnerability. If you drop the 10 hit points and come up with something else, then I think you need to figure out something that is more of a passive, always on feature and is not tied to your wild shape. Why concentration? Because concentration spells are like a big part of Druid spellcasting. I get the concentration. I get it. That makes sense to me. But I also think that it is a specific direction to go in. Does Shillelagh require concentration? Somebody in chat answer me. I don't want to look it up. No, it doesn't. I didn't think it did. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I get it. It just makes it so you're harder to hit, which is like, you're going to be in the middle of combat, so like you're going to be taking more concentration checks than your average character that's like hiding off to the side, so I get that. Yeah, this is cool. Okay, I like the idea of a druid that can grow armor and whack things with a giant club. I like that a lot. I think that you have a lot of space to play around with making it feel more distinct if you want to. And I think you have some stuff to work on, but overall, pretty cool, pretty cool. Thank you, Vander. Thank you very much for sharing. Probably a pomegranate. If you are going to my Discord, you can certainly share it there. But if you want to share it on stream and you want me to review it, just post it in the submission link in the YouTube video description, and that will be for next week. I'm not accepting any more submissions for this week. But yeah, you're more than welcome to share it. Vander said more aggression, less passive. Yes. That's what that. More aggressive, less passive. To be fair, you could make it more passive. I would just then radically change the flavor language to make it feel more like a protector than like a destroyer. Okay, let's see. I'm new, and I've been watching a lot of Cinder's shorts. Oh, so nice. I'm wearing shorts right now. I made this subclass for a BBEG, but it should also be balanced for players. I don't know if I'll be there throughout the entire stream, but I'll try to. You don't need to be here at all, my friend. You're more than welcome to go off and do whatever you want. Excuse me. Okay, can I just give you... Before we look at this piece, can I just talk about something for a second? You said you designed this subclass for a BBEG. I don't know if you are new to D&D. I don't know if you're old to D&D. I don't know how many villains you've run before. But I will tell you, from the bottom of my heart, it is not worth it to write a character that you are controlling as the Dungeon Master as a character sheet. Just make them a stat block. Don't make them a full character sheet. So I would not, if I was going to have the BBEG of a campaign be a sorcerer, I probably would not make a special subclass for it. Or if I did, I wouldn't worry about making it work like a subclass. That's the only reason. Because it's the main reason, because there's too many things going on. There's a lot on a character sheet. Oh, I have something in my throat. There's a lot on a character sheet. Too much, I would argue, for you to keep track of. Why am I not on Twitch right now? I'm not on Twitch right now because Twitch was not able to connect with OBS for me, and I don't know why. So I am not worrying about it, and I'm just going to be on YouTube. And next week, I'm going to try to fix it before next week, but if I don't, I might just switch to always being on YouTube. The main reason why I might switch to always being on YouTube is because I recently found out that if you are in any way able to monetize on stream, you're really not supposed to dual stream, and I could get in trouble for it. And then the other reason is that I have a much larger audience on YouTube, and I like some of the parts of Twitch, but at this point, I feel like it makes sense to be cohesive in one spot. And then there are things that my Twitch audience doesn't get access to that my YouTube one does. So for example, if you are a member on my YouTube channel and you follow me on YouTube, then you subscribe, like you become a paid member, you get access to the secondary wheel. If you pay on Twitch, you don't get access to the secondary wheel. So there's just like, and honestly, it has to do with its heart. I can't coordinate those things. So things like that, etc. Okay. Link. Oh, there we go. Thank you for reminding me. Philip Mead. Baba. You could tell I was going down a random direction. Hey, Baba, can I mod you right now? Baba, I'm modding you. You don't have to do anything, but I just need more mods, and I trust you, and you've been here for a while, so I'm making you a mod on YouTube. I'm not making. You didn't get a choice. I just made you a mod. You're a mod now. Deal with it. You can time people out now if you want to. Okay. Where's the secondary link for the YouTube wheel? It has not been posted yet. So basically the way that it works is if you are a member, then when you go to my like community tab, there are member specific posts and public posts. You will always find the you'll always find the private, not the private. You'll always find the second wheel on the member post there, and I'll post it tomorrow. Usually I post it the next day. It'll be tomorrow or Tuesday, but that's where you'll see it. And the other thing is, if you don't know, you can always just ask me, and I'll send it to you. Especially if you're on my Discord. in the Discord is the best way to ask me questions. Okay. Yeah, no problem, dude. Happy to help. And if you get gifted a membership, that means you get to access the wheel for like a couple weeks, because it's for a month that you're a member, unless you decide to stay. Okay. Oh my God, I want to shoot myself in the fucking head for just doing a commercial. I'm so sorry. Let's keep going, please. Ghostly Sorcerer. Your innate magic comes from the intangible forces of the many incorporeal undead that hover the plains. Hover the plains is weird. It's weird language. Hovering the plains, I don't like that. Find another word there. That wander the plains, that roam the plains. As a ghostly sorcerer, you might have been born on a night where the veil between the worlds of the living and the dead were especially thin, or maybe one of the many intangible undead accidentally gave it to you. What did they give to you? That's weird. For example, don't say for example again if you're already giving examples. Just mention these examples. Maybe you accidentally ran into a wraith and managed to escape, but not before it's dark left. Yeah, just write this example. Don't worry about including the for example. In fact, this is basically just 4 examples. So cut some of them out. Hover between the planes. Oh yeah, that would work. That makes sense. Baba hasn't said a goddamn thing since I modded him without his permission. Isn't that a weird thing, giving someone power without permission? Is that okay? I don't know. The times they are a-changing. All right. Friend to Lost Souls. Let's see what we get. We get 2 first-level features. I think a sorcerer should usually get 2 first-level features. I think that's good design. At first level, the power within your soul is highly attuned to the ethereal plane, allowing you to view into it. You can see 30 feet into the ethereal plane while on the material and vice versa. Cool. Also, incorporeal creatures such as specters, ghosts, and shadows that would normally be hostile to you on sight are considered indifferent to you unless you or your allies have wronged them in some way. I think that you can phrase until you or your allies do something harmful towards them. Work with your DM to determine if there would be any other creatures. The way that I would say this, guess what? You could use the word may if you really want in this sentence. This is a perfect opportunity to use the word may. At your DM's discretion, they may decide that other creatures of an incorporeal nature would decide would not be hostile towards you. There you go. That's an opportunity for you to use may. Congratulations. Cool. So you can see into the ethereal plane, and some ghostly creatures are not immediately hostile towards you. That is fun, and I like that. Not overpowered, very straightforward. Honestly, these are mostly ribbon features. These are they're not ribbon features, but they're 2 utility features. So this feature shouldn't be insanely powerful, but it can be mechanically a little bit of crunch, and that's okay. Starting at first level, you can call upon malevolent souls to assault your enemies. As an action, you can target one creature and force that. You have to give a range. You can target a creature that you can see within 60 feet. Target a creature within 60 feet. Target whatever, but I would make it a creature you can see. To make a charisma saving throw against your spell save DC. On a failure, translucent ghostly blue hands. I'm gonna be honest. Blue shouldn't go here. Translucent and ghostly. Actually, take out translucent or take out ghostly. These are the same. These mean the same thing. I would just say ghostly. Ghostly blue hands rise from the ground and reach inside their legs and reach inside the target's legs. It makes it sound like they're reaching inside their own legs. We are the hands reaching into our legs, sucking the will to move from their very soul. I would say you're using too much flavor language here. I would say draining their will to move. Until the end of their next turn, the creature is considered restrained. Once you use this ability, you cannot do so again until you finish a long rest. Okay, can I make a suggestion to how you can change this? This should affect ghosts. You are a ghost sorcerer. You should be able to stop ghosts. You're making ghostly hands. The way that this is written right now, this would not affect ghosts because ghosts are resistant, or ghosts are immune to being restrained. So here's what you do. Until the end of their next turn, that creature's movement is reduced to 0. This means it can affect any creature. It can affect slimes. It can affect oozes. It can affect the big, scary things. It can affect the little, spooky things. Okay? Also, this is not that strong. So only being able to do it once per long rest is, I don't think, good. I would say once you use this ability, you can't use it again until you finish a long rest, or expend some amount of sorcery points to use it again. Maybe 1, honestly. 1 might be enough. Depends on the range. If the range is really far, it might need to be more. But if you made the range like 30 feet, I think that's a 1 sorcery point ability. Oh, no, you don't have sorcery points at level 1. Okay, so here's how you phrase that. I'm so sorry. You're right. Here's how you phrase that. Once you have used this ability, you can't do so again until you finish a long rest. Then you put in a new paragraph. Once, at level 3, once you've used this ability, you can use it again by expending sorcery points. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah. So it mentioned that, make this improve at level 3 by expending sorcery points. Yeah. That's how you do it. Like the Shadow Sorcerer. Look to the Shadow Sorcerer. I would make it at level 3. I wouldn't make it... I know that you get meta magic at points at level... I know that you get sorcerer points at level 2. I don't care. I think that it should improve at level 3. Okay. I'm afraid this might become too targeted. Hey, Geo. Maybe... You know what? You could also make it that if a creature succeeds on the save, they become immune to it for 24 hours if it feels too targeted. It doesn't only affect undead, it affects anything. This affects anything. Well, so far it doesn't affect undead too much, like, cuz look, this feature is legit good. Affects anything. This affects undead, yes, but also seeing into the ethereal is a lot of different creatures. I think that the ribbon feature being hyper focused is okay. Let's take a look at the 6th level feature. Starting at 6th level, you have become so attuned to with the intangible undead. Don't say the, just say with intangible undead, or just say undead, or say ghosts, or say the spirits, that you can now bind spirits to your will. You know the spell Animate Dead, which doesn't count against your number of sorcery spells known. Additionally, when you cast Animate Dead, instead of creating the normal options, you can choose to summon either 2 shadows or a specter. Don't make it 2, just make it 1. A shadow or a specter are both so much fucking stronger than a zombie, and by the nature of Animate Dead, they're around for a long time. Don't summon 2, you get 1. And when you do so, you don't need to target any bones or corpses as the creature is warped to the material plane. You can also assert your control over these creatures as if they were a normal zombie or skeleton created by Animate Dead spell. Otherwise, all effects of the spell apply as normal. You can spend an additional amount of sorcery points to create or reassert control over more specter shadows per casting. 2 sorcery points per shadow. 3... No. Drop all this. Drop all this. You get 1. You can't stack them. You can't have an army of ghosts. If you want your villain to have an army of ghosts, great. I think you get a ghost, and it's a ghost butler. And you could even make it a little stronger than a regular ghost. I would even say, I might even just make it cost sorcery points. I would treat it maybe like Hound of Ill Omen. Beginning at 6th level, you can expend 2 sorcery points to summon a shadow companion. It remains by your side until it drops to 0 hit points, or you use 2 sorcery points to summon a new one. In addition, it gets additional hit points equal to half your sorcerer level, and its attack rolls are based off of your spell attack roll, something like that. That's what I would do. I don't think you should be able to get more than one. Not because the bad guy getting more than one is fine, but having multiple creatures that can essentially be permanently invisible and intangible is a little a little much. Okay, Vessel of the Lost. Starting at 14th level, your soul has become so in tune with the intangible undead that in addition to possession, not being capable of controlling you. What the fuck does that mean? You can also draw power from it. Do you mean that you become immune to effects that would control you like a possession? Is that what you mean? You need to clarify that specifically. You become immune to this, this, and this. I don't think you can I don't know if you can summon more, but again, I don't think you should be able to either way. Yeah, there's a million reasons why the Shadow or the, what's the other one? The Spectre are better. Okay. You know the spell Create Undead, which doesn't count against the number of Sorcerer's points, you know? Cool. Also, you cannot be possessed. Oh, there we go. And you also cannot be charmed or frightened by any undead creature. So the way that you need to word this is anytime you say you cannot be, bop, 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 just change it to you are immune to, bop, bop, bop. You are immune to possession, period. In addition, you are immune to the charmed and frightened. You are immune to being charmed or frightened if the source is undead. This is the sort of language that doesn't really matter if it's something you're writing for your home game, but it really does matter if you're trying to write at the level of the professional content and you want to impress people and you don't want people to be distracted by your writing style. So it's like, only take that feedback if you care. Okay. As an action, you can suck lost spirits from beyond into your body, giving you power. While spirits inhabit your body, all creatures that you create with Animate Dead and Create Undead hit point maximums are increased by an amount equal to your charisma modifier. You can... Okay, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to stop reading. Drop this whole fucking thing. Drop it. We don't need it. We get enough. Can I tell you what I would actually do if I were you here? This is what I would do. I'd give you immunity to possession. I would give you immunity to frightened, not charmed. And I would make it frightened in general. Just the frightened condition you're immune to, not just undead, period. You're a fucking ghost man. You're not getting scared. And then I would give you a free casting of Create Undead once per day, maybe. But can I be honest? There's a better spell than Create Undead that you should make this have, which is the Summon Undead. Give you a free casting of Summon Undead once per day, not Create Undead. Make it Summon Undead. It's more fun and better, and just a better spell. It's better. It's better designed in almost every way a spell can be better designed. Why not Charmed? Because I genuinely don't feel like charming is something that undead do. There might be a couple that can do it, but there's very few and far between. And if you want to be like, well, undead are immune to being charmed, but yeah, they're not immune to being charmed by other undead. They're just immune to being charmed. Okay, vampire. That's one monster. It's not worth it. I would genuinely drop it. This is not a vampire subclass. This is like the least vampire undead subclass I've ever seen. I could make an argument for any other undead subclass being more vampire than this. This is so specifically a non-vampire undead subclass. And then the other reason is because I think that if you're giving them immunity to the condition entirely, then that's kind of too strong if you make it both, if you want to have it do other stuff. So yeah, Give them a free casting of Summon Undead once per day, and make them immune to Frightened and Possession, and drop everything else. Intangible form. That's okay. Also, all of this feedback that I'm giving is for the player-facing side of this subclass. If you want to use this for a dungeon master as the villain, you don't need to balance anything. The only thing you need to balance if you're making this for your home game is balancing it against the player's abilities, or the players and their character abilities, and how much fun it's going to be for them specifically. It doesn't even need to be fun for anyone else. Intangible form. I have to pee so much. I'm going to pee after the end of this. And then we'll do more. Beginning at the 18th level, your body is so completely attuned with the intangible that magic can even make... Don't say that magic can even. Say that even magic can make your body intangible. Also, that doesn't make me feel like I'm attuned with the intangible. I would come up with another phrase at the end here. As an action, you can spend 5 sorcery points to undergo this transformation, which lasts for 10 minutes. While transformed, you have a 30-foot fly speed. While in this form, you can move through creatures and objects as if they were difficult terrain. But if you end your turn or creature on an object, this is too similar to the Shadow Sorcerer. Make something new. Come up with a new feature here. Again, this is one of those things where it's like, if it's for your game, in your home game, then it doesn't really matter. But if you're like, I want to make something that's cool and new, don't use another sorcerer feature. Shadow sorcerers just get this feature. What level do they get it at? Umbral form. You gain resistance to stuff and you can move through stuff. So it's too similar to umbral form. Come up with something new. I don't care if you modeled it after ghosts. If you're designing it to be player focused, you got to look at the other things that players have access to. Otherwise, you're going to step on them toesies. You're going to step on them toesies. Yeah. No worries. Like I said, if your goal is this being a boss, it's totally fine. Most of the feedback that I gave is not feedback that you should think about for this as a boss monster. This is feedback that you should think about for a player character. Rude, but okay. Go fuck yourself, Iron. I'm allowed to be rude. That's the point. The point is that I'm not kind here. I treat everyone with an equal amount of disrespect because I think each and every one of you have inherent value, and I genuinely don't think you need to get any value from me. Yeah. I have nothing but love, and I'm very rude. These are both norms of this channel. That's just the way that it is. I will also say I am incredibly aggressively defensive. So if you think I'm rude and you called me out on it in a way that I don't like, which is 99% of ways, I will probably lash out at you on stream. And I might apologize about it, but I don't know if I will. So just keep that in the mind. I also think it's okay to be a little rude if I am spending hours Okay, you're getting timed out. How do we do that? I'm putting you on a timeout. There you go. Timed out. The power! All right. Let's look at... Okay, cool. So overall, this is really cool. I think you have a lot of space to play if turning this into a player character. But from a dungeon master perspective of like a villain, this is really solid because you essentially are a ghostly sorcerer that has undead armies, which I think that could work really well as a villain. So yeah, pretty cool. I genuinely hope that you make some changes when you're making the player-focused version, because it's close to something that I would just be like, I would just be down for my players to use, straight up. So yeah, it's good. Okay, I'm gonna be right back. I really need to pee. I shall be right back. I'm giving you guys some intense music while I pee. Not everybody's seen all my toys before, so I had to I had to show off for a second. You know? You know what I'm talking about? You know what I'm talking about? I should probably calm down, space lights. Jeez Louise. Jeez Louise. Jeez Louise. Okay. Look, now it's here. I can go sit over here. And I'm like this, and I can this, and I can. I don't know which way I should make my fucking camera face. I think I need to rearrange my life, but I think that this is fine for now. Best stream ever, too kind. All right, what was the last thing I just looked at? Demon's Piece. All right, let's put the music back on. Guys, something very funny is happening on the internet, and I genuinely don't know how to respond to it, and I could actually use your help. So I've been making videos sort of about the SCP Foundation and how the SCP Foundation could interact with the D&D universe, and it has led to more than a few people being like, so you're an SCP now, because I'm doing it like in lore. And I don't want to tell them. I like encouraging that nonsense. The Discord link didn't work? Is the Discord link not working? It should work. Unless I blocked you. Yeah, it's good being semi in lore, right? I think so too. I feel like it's not something I should be scared of. Calm down, music. I'm facing the screen right now. Am I not? Sort of? I have to like adjust things. The problem is I'm just sort of looking at the camera straight on. Like, here's the camera. Here's the stuff I'm looking at. Stuff I'm looking at, camera. Stuff I'm looking at, camera. You guys. Stuff I'm looking at, camera. You guys. Stuff I'm looking at, camera. You guys. So I feel like this is like the world. And then it's like, shit's breaking. I have to check over my machines. Back to you guys. Oh, Discord went down. Oh, back to you guys. Etc. You know what? I really want other SCP creators to interact with me. I want it so badly. Only one has so far. And it was cool that when he did, but I really want others to interact with me. So I'm going to start making shorts that are a combination. I'm going to start doing more leaning into in-game shorts. The other thing that I've realized is that if I make a video being like, hey, here's a bunch of D&D spells that would work against an SCP, it just turns into like everybody arguing with me and being like, actually, if you read this article from 3 months ago, SCP-682 bounced back from that, and it's like, you know what? You can't actually make any fucking argument in the SCP universe because there's so much lore that contradicts itself that, like, it doesn't matter. You can't combine universes because it just doesn't work. There's too much it's like Warhammer. It's like combining D&D with like Warhammer lore. It just like leads to arguments. But, and this is a big but if I don't present my findings as theorizing, if I present them as if I have done the experiment, you can't tell me how modify memory works with 096 because I literally had a wizard from the D&D universe. I pulled him out of D&D, I put him in SCP, and he cast Modify Memory, and this is what happened. So if I present it as if it's a genuine experiment that I'm doing, then the argument it doesn't matter, because it's as real as any of the other lore. Now, the trick to doing that well is to not be that successful. So you're going to notice that quite a few of the experiments that I try are going to fail miserably. And I also think that having the experiments fail in my game world lore will help give weight to when they succeed. That's the plan. Does that sound good? Did I spin this again, or did I just imagine spinning it again? I didn't. Oh, we got Dean Machine. Let's go. The other thing that's kind of fun about, and people are starting to notice it about the changing of the lore, is that, and I've only seen one comment about this so far, but it's true. Somebody said, if you can pull things from the D&D universe and put them in the SCP universe and vice versa, can you do that with other universes? And I think the answer is yes. But I'm not going to start until people actually really start pressing me to. But it's like, yeah, sure. Listen, I'm an explorer of the realms. This is what I do, is pull things from other universes and play with them. Another custom runic weapon. All right, let's take a look. A druid staff. I'm an SCP now. I'll accept it. I'm going to be honest. I don't think they have the kahunas they can listen. People have tried to document the Cinderblock Sally. People have tried to contain the Cinderblock Sally. All have failed. And there may be many that continue to try. Is the SCP Foundation going to be the one? I genuinely doubt it. I genuinely don't think that they have the power to. Because at the end of the day, the reality that I exist within is such that I do not have to be affected by anything in their reality if I don't want to. I exist on a higher plane of existence than anything in the SCP reality. Anything in the D&D reality. It's why I have the ability to pull things from one and put them in the other. There's a lot of people have that power. They just don't realize they do. So, it's like, you know, it's whatever. Okay. Elemental Druidic Staff. The Elemental Druidic Staff... I gotta put it in the comments. Here it is if you want to take a look. Take a look. Here it is if you want to take a look. Hey, hey! The Elemental Druidic Staff is a staff that is infused with several different elemental affinities, giving much versatility to the wielder. There are 4 elemental focuses on the staff that give it access to different spells. Fire gives Firebolt, Ice gives Ice Knife, Poison gives Ray of Sickness, Lightning gives Thunder Wave. You get 1 charge of each to start. I think that you should pull out Firebolt and make it Burning Hands. All of them should be first level spells. They shouldn't be 3 first level spells in a cantrip. And you also need to rewrite this a little bit. This runic weapon gets its abilities from the runes inscribed on the staff. The number of charges this weapon has equal to the number of runes. All charges are refreshed no long rest. Okay, so I think what you want this to say is the Elemental Druidic Staff has 4 charges. It can expend a charge to cast one of the followings: Firebolt, Ice Knife, Ray of Sickness, Thunder Wave. And that's it. I wouldn't limit 1 charge per use. I would let you spend it to do Firebolt 4 times or whatever. But make them all first level Druid spells. You could put Burning Hands on there. I think Burning Hands could be there. But it's not normally a Druid spell. Might actually be a Druid spell. I don't know. Go look it up and tell me if I'm wrong. Possible runes that can be added to the Elemental Druidic Staff. The cost and checks to inscribe runes into this is determined by the DM. I have mixed feelings about this. I would give mechanics. If you want to build an item with the goal of being like, hey, Dungeon Master, use this how you want. Be like fitted into your progression system. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But you should give a suggestion. You should suggest. Like, let me give you an example. I haven't done it in a while, but I regularly used to make expanding items like the Vestiges of Divergence, where it's like it starts as one thing, and then it evolves into another thing, and then it evolves into like a third final form. I did not include mechanics for when one should switch into the other. But what I did include was a whole paragraph that explained a suggested system for how one should switch into the other. There's a May incoming. All right, we'll see. We'll see if we get there. Did I miss it? I'm here. If I missed it, let me know. Did I miss it? Okay. So that's what I would do. I would give suggestions. Fire Rune increases the damage. Frost Rune increases the damage. Thunder Wave increases the level. All these increase the levels. That's fine. I don't really... this is just like improving the items, I guess. So it's like it's balanced or not balanced depending on how the Dungeon Master uses it. Rune of Chaos allows spending a charge to cast Chaos Bolt. Additional runes increase the level. Okay. Rune of Focus must have at least 1 of each elemental rune. Spend a charge and an action to power up your next attack. Doing so, as long as you do not lose concentration, you may unleash... Oof, there it is. The first May of the night. For folks that do not understand, whether or not is grammatically correct, actually, that's not true. Whether or not is grammatically correct in the real world, if you put a May in the wrong place in Dungeons & Dragons writing for the month of May, I have to stop reading your piece immediately. Doesn't matter if you're a subscriber. It doesn't matter if you're a member. Those are the rules. There are situations where you can use the word May. This is not one of them. So I think this is a fun idea, and I wish you well on figuring out the leveling thing, and unfortunately, we have to stop reading it now. Thank you very much for sharing, Dean Machine, and I hope you continue to work on it and clarify it a bit. Dave's Golf Pro says, does the entire item being DM dependent make all Mays a possession case? No, because it was still explaining the mechanic. The May could be fit into the way you explain how you give those mechanics, but each of those individual mechanics are still need to function in the proper way. We got Ilya or Lily. Which one? Who's to say? And the reason, just to be clear, the reason why I'm so strict about this is because I consistently... What's starting to happen as I'm reviewing more and more Homebrew is I'm seeing the same fucking mistakes over and over and over again. And I am getting annoyed at correcting them. It's annoying to have to say that give the same feedback 100 times. It's extra annoying when I'm giving the same feedback to the same people. I don't think it's entertaining. I think the only entertaining part of it is watching me get mad. And I don't think that's entertaining for the person whose homebrew it is. I think they don't like that. I think it probably makes them upset. I wouldn't like it if someone was getting mad at my homebrew. So, I'm trying this new policy where I am being intense, but I'm not getting mad about it. I'm just being like, this is a rule. Follow it or you're out. Because I need people to start following those rules. Because I am tired of giving the same feedback every 4 fucking seconds. This is my first homebrew item. I made in response to a friend telling me there weren't enough high-level cursed items. Oh, I love a good cursed item. This is an update to this is an updated version to add the sentient trait. Interesting. I don't know exactly what that means, but we're gonna see. Cheap tactics. I'm gonna be honest with you. It is likely going to be permanent, and I might even start adding more rules. I have been thinking about it. And there have been so few Mays this month that I feel like it's worth continuing to keep. It also is kind of fun. Like, there are people like Baba, or aka Philip. He's Philip in the chat here. But Baba intentionally puts the word May in his piece because he's very actively trying to do it in a way that is grammatically correct in the very thin sliver of ways that I accept it. And I think that he genuinely has fun with that game. And I have fun with that game. So I kind of like the strict rules cuz it makes it a little bit of a game. It also pulls emotion out in a way that I think is good. Like, I don't ever want somebody to feel bad about me judging their piece super harshly. And it's kind of an excuse to judge pieces harshly in a way that's not going to like hurt feelings, because it's like, this is just a rule that everyone has to follow. So I feel like that helps ride that line well. I don't know if that guy I timed out a while ago is still timed out. I don't know how to time people in, but I'll look at it after stream. Theobald's Vorpal Sword. You gain a +3 to attack and damage rolls. Cool, cool, cool. This looks like it's just Vorpal stuff. All right, let's look at the curse. If at any point a creature wielding this weapon misses an attack roll, comma, Theobald the Relentless awakens from his slumber within the sword to berate the wielder for being so incapable. When this happens, the wielder, just say the wielder becomes attuned to the weapon and cannot unattune. They will most likely already be attuned to it, so you probably should just say the wielder can no longer unattune to the item. I would just change it so it's like that. Okay, cool. Thank you for checking, Phil. I don't want to call you Philip. I'm going to call you Baba. We're going to figure out how to change our names on YouTube one of these days. I know that Ludwig has a specific extension that is supposed to help make the YouTube chat more enjoyable. I have to find out what it is and start using it if we're going to be on YouTube more. But I will do that. I will put that work in. Because I do want you to have an enjoyable time. Okay, so yeah, you don't need to force attunement. They'll already be attuned to it if they're wielding it, most likely. 9 times out of 10. The sword loses all other magical properties besides the attunement property and gains the following properties. Anyone wielding the sword has disadvantage on attacks made with the weapon. They gain a -3 to hit on all attack or damage rolls. Any creature who misses with an attack must succeed on a DC 19 con save. On a failed save, they take 6d8 psychic damage. If an attuned wielder ever scores a critical hit while having disadvantage, it becomes impressed and the sword reverts to its original form. That's fun. That's a really fun way to break the negative. I like that. So here's the deal. I am a big fan of cursed items. This is too cursed. This makes it not fun. The way to make a cursed item good is to make the curse a fun challenge to need to work around. Like, your character needs to consume 3 times as much food as everyone else. Your character is surrounded by a perpetual 15-foot radius of darkness that they cannot see through. You know, your character snuffs out any flames they're near if they go within 100 feet of them. This is just bad. So I would try to come up with an alternative curse that still makes the weapon functional, but does something else. So I like the idea of making a curse. I fundamentally disagree with a curse that just turns it into a horrible time. Like cursed items are also super good. I mean, some of my favorite items that I have had, Zelmel, to speak to your point, some of my favorite magic items I've had or used or given players in campaigns are cursed items that do something really cool, but also something really messed up. In fact, I feel like the whole point of a cursed item is to allure you in and then trick you with a downside. A cursed item should be like a monkey's paw type wish. You are given something, but it becomes something darker. Like here's an example. Like, you could have a magic item that makes it so you no longer need to sleep to gain the benefits of a long rest. You can just hang out and do casual activity, and you don't need to sleep. But you have disadvantage on constitution checks. And when you gain a level of exhaustion from spells or effects, you gain 2 levels of exhaustion. You know, something like that, where it's like, oh, I don't have to sleep, but it's hard for me to recover when I'm having a hard time. You know, one of those, that's I feel like I would lean into that vibe. Also, making a weapon sentient is always a great idea. One thing that I would suggest if you are going to make a weapon sentient is give it some powers that it has access to that your character cannot have access to. So, for example, give it 2 or 3 spells that the weapon can cast, and your player has no control over it casting it. But if your player is like helping the item and the item likes your player, it might cast those spells to help them. Or if the item is not happy with your character or your player, then it might cast them to get in the way. You know, it can create, because the problem with a sentient item that doesn't have any way to manifest its sentience is it's really just a roleplay item, which can be fine, but it's fun when there's mechanics involved. Like, if I have a +3 sword that gives me all this cool stuff, but it needs to eat souls, and I don't feed it souls, it's fun if it's like, okay, feed me souls, and you're like, no, and you're like, okay, I cast Hold Person on you. And you're like, what? And then you're just frozen because the sword's like, fuck off, you didn't listen to me. It makes it more of a threat. I have magical swords who will help you with history checks. I like that a lot. Yeah, because I like that a lot. Yeah. Have given them stats rolls. Cool idea, Lily, Ilya. I think your head's in the right space. The main feedback is if you're going to give a thing a curse, don't have the cursed side totally negate the positive side. Or if you are going to make it like a one and done type item, like a cursed potion of healing or something like that. Don't make it super long lasting, or it can get kind of depressing. Next is some dude. No, it's Magnus. Built as a mount for a vampire boss I used as a one-shot a while back. Okay, so I'm going to say the same thing that I said to the person who showed us the ghostly sorcerer. If you're ever building something for a boss, you don't necessarily need to give it too many details. What is it? What you say 60-foot, 20-foot walk? What does that mean? So if you're making a stat block, you put the walk speed first, and you don't say walk. So you would say 20-foot move. You would say 20-foot, comma 60-foot fly speed. I'm assuming that you want this to be a fly speed. That's what my guess is. All right, let's see what it is. The cruel and twisted Baron Kron had sought a way for his family to stand out amongst the vampire clans. He poured his research into creating these horrors, which serve him and his son faithfully. These horrific beasts, don't call them horrors and then describe them as horrific. Use a different adjective here. It's too repetitive. These horrific beasts creation. Also, beasts creation is not grammatically correct. Just say beasts. These horrific beasts are closely guarded. Oh, I see. It's like you're saying the creation of these beasts. Say the creation of these beasts is a closely guarded secret. What is known is that the monster contains some draconic features twisted by vampiric origins. The Baron has become quite wealthy selling these monsters and his other creations to dark and twisted individuals looking for malevolent servants. Did I not put it in the chat? There it is. Sorry if I didn't. Okay. Let's take a look. So yeah, fix this. Did you do the math here? Guys, what is 4 times 12? What's 4 times 12? Let's see if I can beat you. It's 52, I think. Is 4 times 12 52? It's 48. Okay, so you're doing math wrong. You're doing math wrong. If your monsters work exactly... This is another one of those things that's like, I have to give feedback on this a lot, but I'm less annoyed by it because it's a confusing thing for new people. Monster stat blocks mechanically work the exact same way as player stat blocks. Your hit points are based off of your size. Well, not your hit points are based off of your constitution. So, for example, if your constitution is a +4 and you have 12 hit die, then this bonus should be 12 times 4. In this case, it should be 48. The other thing is the size of your hit die when you're making a monster is based on the size of your monster. Large creatures do have a D10, I believe, so that's fine. But that's also true across the board. So, for example, your con bonus should be a +7. That's correct. Your dex should be +7. That's correct. Charisma okay, so you did all the right math here. Your stealth should be a +7, not a +10, unless there's expertise somewhere that I'm missing. Your tail slap should not be a +9 to hit. That should, again, if it's strength-based, it should be a +5. If it's dex-based, it should be a +7. It should not be a +6 damage. It should be a +2 damage if it's strength-based, or a +4 damage if it's dex-based. So get all your math right. I'm not gonna look at any of your math because your math is not right. Speed Surge. The Night Screecher takes 1 additional move action on its turn. It can use only 1 speed surge per round. This needs to take up something in the action economy. Or you need to clarify that it's at the start of its turn. It's just a thing that happens. Also, move action is not a thing in D&D. That term means nothing. So what I would say is the Night Screecher's movement speed increases by something until the start of its next turn. The end result of the HP is right? Oh, then maybe they just wrote the number wrong. But they did get the math wrong in a couple other places, so who knows? Sunlight sensitivity is fine. Shadow stealth is cool. Flyby is cool. Don't have a title and then the words at the top. Put some indents here so this appears here. Make some spacing so it's clean. Keen hearing and smell. I feel like you just call this keen senses. Makes 2 attacks, one with a bite, one with a tail. Again, where is this +6 coming from? There's nothing in the stat block that indicates it should be a +6 damage here, so fix that. Okay. It does a bunch of damage. The target must succeed on a DC 15 con saving throw, or its hit point maximum is reduced by the amount of damage taken. This is a lot of damage to do that reduction and hit twice. I have mixed feelings about it. 3d10 plus 6 is a lot. For CR7, that feels a little high. Feels a little high. Tail slap, again, just fix your math. Get the math right. Sanguine strike, ranged attack. Okay, so the way that you worded this, just so you know. Okay, cool. You did the right thing there. The +6 is dex plus strength, it looks like. Then write that somewhere in the stat block, because anytime you make an assumption like that, it's just going to make your writing look bad. And unless there's a logical reason for it, I disagree with it. Sonic Blast. This creature releases a powerful shockwave of pure sound. Any creature within 60 feet radius that is not deafened must make a DC 15 saving throw, taking a shit ton of force damage. This should be thunder damage, not force damage. Or pushed back 10 feet and knocked prone. If a creature is within 5 feet of it, it is also stunned. On a successful save, it takes half damage and is not knocked prone. I like 60-foot radius is a little too big for this, I think. I'd probably make it 30 feet. I like that creatures that are closer to it are maybe stunned. I think that's cool. I like it. It's really similar to a couple official monsters, just so you know. Doesn't specifically explain the recharge 5 on a 6, though I don't know if it typically explains it. It doesn't need to. Saying recharge on a 5 through 6 is fine. That's how it's written normally. Mr. Mead suggested maybe it's a cone. That could make sense. It's a dragon. Yeah, it's basically a dragon. But the way that it's written is really similar to a thing in Wildmount, I believe. Let me just double check. There's a monster in the Wildmount campaign book that this feels like it's almost exactly the same as. Unless I'm misremembering. It's called it's a what's it called? Where's the fucking bestiary? Is it the Gloomstalker? Yeah, so the Gloomstalker, just so you guys know. You son of a bitch. This is almost exactly the same. No, it's a little different. But it's very similar. Very similar. Flies. Almost the exact same stats, except yours is just beefier. It has little differences, right? It has the teleport. It can snatch. But the shriek. I'm not saying that yours is so... yours is actually mechanically quite different now that I'm looking at it. But flavor-wise, it hits really close. So just be aware of that. Be cognizant of that. Decide that. Wildmount isn't official, so it's fine. Milky Boy, the issue is not whether or not it's official. It's an officially published book. If you are writing something that is similar to any officially published book, I would encourage you to write something that is different feeling. It doesn't matter. I would... if somebody created a gravity wizard... and it was very and the flavor-wise and ability-wise, it functioned very similarly to the Gravity Wizard in the Wildmount book. I would also say that you should make something new. Ooh. Oh my god! I figured out what the fucking thing is. It's a goddamn commercial on the website. I'm such an idiot. Oh, it's definitely a coincidence. But it's a coincidence that you should be aware of, and you should just take note of. I'm not even saying change anything. I'm just saying take note of it. I didn't forget to mute the tab. It's a fucking ad that comes up. No. Guys, you're missing the point. You're missing the point. It's not about the law. It's not about copyright infringement. You're not trying to sell this. It's already posted publicly on D&D Beyond. It is about... Okay, we need to have a conversation. First of all, we're moving away from talking about this because overall, I do think this is fine. I think it's good. I like the speed surge. I like the whole idea of a vampiric flying creature that can blast. It's a giant bat. It's cool. I'm into it. But we need to have a conversation about something that you guys... We haven't had this conversation in a while, which is fine. So you guys don't get it. But like we need to talk for a second here, okay? Let's have a fucking conversation. So here's the deal. Why do I point out every single time someone makes something that's close to something that's officially published? Why? Why do I do that? Why do you think I do that? What's the point? Zelmel, Steven, Geo. Exactly right. We aren't writing this thing that we're doing here. The goal is growing as writers. We are never going to grow as writers if we base things off of things that already exist entirely. We need to fill our own spaces with our own ideas. Now, you might stumble into a situation where you unintentionally write something that's very similar to something that already exists. That's totally fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But, and this is a big but, that still doesn't touch the other thing. What's the point? Why are you putting energy in, time in, emotional resonance in to something that genuinely doesn't need to exist? It is actually a waste of your time to make something that 90% of already exists and can be changed with a little bit of reflavoring. It's just a waste of your time. Because instead of building that thing from scratch, just use the thing that already exists and change it a little bit. It's not helpful to you as a writer. It's not helpful to the creative space. I don't want you to be wasting your time. I want you to be spending every moment of your creative time having fun or growing or making something to help fill a void that is desperately lacking in the game that you are playing. That's the point of all of this. So that's why I make a big deal about not writing things that are too similar to other things, because my God, what are we doing here if we're not doing that? You know what I mean? Truly, what is the point? Okay? I don't want you to waste your time. Okay? Okay. Moving on. What were we listening to? Oh, God, I turned the music off. Let's do the Elven Procession. I haven't heard this before. Let's hear if it's good. Oh, man, I used to give intense speeches a lot. I haven't done it in a while. Yeah, it's definitely an official product. Okay, cool. Night Screecher, very fun idea. I encourage you to keep working on it, and I would suggest take a little space and be like, how can I make this extra? And get your math right. All right, thank you, Magnus. Thank you, thank you. Ah, the Mighty Soup Angel. I haven't made many magic items before, so I probably did something wrong. Don't count yourself short. You don't know yet. Doesn't really matter, though, since it's a joke item. Oh, Brother Bear, it matters the most in joke items. Do you know why? Come here. Look at me. Look to me. A well-written joke item is the best type of item you will ever make. It is the best item your players will ever use. It is the most fun you will ever have. A well-written joke item is so much better than a well-written not joke item. And I genuinely mean that. We should hold our joke items to a high standard, only because they have the potential to reach elevation far beyond that of just about anything else. And I genuinely mean that. Anyway, here it is. Let's take a look. Serrated Edge of Ultimate Doom. Very anime. Please, please, please credit your artists. If you are making this, then say that you made it. If you did not make it, credit your artists. I really don't like when people don't credit artists. Okay. Legend tells... Is volume okay? Okay. Legend tells of a weapon so powerful it can slay its target without even touching it. Only a master swordsman who has studied the blade his entire life could hope to wield such a monstrous weapon. Doesn't sound monstrous. That's a weird adjective. I would change it. Those unfit to wield it recoil in fear, afraid of what could happen if they anger the wielder. What? Who's the wielder if they can't... I'm confused by your language. Those unfit to wield it recoil in fear, afraid of what could happen if they anger its wielder. But there's not a wielder if they can't wield it. This weapon tears not only flesh, but the human mind, as well as the very fabric of time and space. This sentence is not well written, but in a way that I think is actually really good for a joke item. So don't change it, but change the other ones. You gain a +3 bonus to attack and damage rolls made with this weapon. Cool, 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 cool. Let's see. Terrifying Visage. When a creature that is proficient in all martial weapons that can see the serrated edge of Ultimate Doom starts its turn within 30 feet of the serrated edge of Ultimate Doom. That's funny. You said the title twice. Okay, that's a funny thing. When you have a stupidly long title in a joke item, I enjoy that quite a bit, actually. It must make a DC 20 Wisdom saving throw. On a failed save, the creature takes 8d6 psychic damage and is stunned until the start of its next turn, as its mind collapses while trying to figure out how to wield the serrated edge of Ultimate Doom. I continue to like the long title more and more. On a successful save, the creature takes half damage and isn't stunned. Okay, I don't want to be a dick here, but no creatures have proficiency in any weapons. The only creatures that have proficiency in weapons are characters. Look at any monster stat block in all of D&D. Not a single one lists its weapon proficiencies. So this will not affect monsters at all. It will only affect characters based on how it's written, just so you know. I would change that. Doesn't matter. Listen, there's a lot of really powerful monster stat blocks, humanoid monster stat blocks, wielding weapons, and they are clearly proficient in those weapons based on the stats in that stat block. But in nowhere in any monster stat block does it say proficient in weapons. Whenever a creature succeeds on a saving throw against the serrated edge of Ultimate Doom, its psychic damage is permanently reduced by 1d6 against that creature as it begins to work out the technique required to wield such a powerful weapon. Say as the creature begins to, not as it, because when we say it here, we don't know if we're talking about the creature or the sword. Unless surprised, a creature can avert its eyes to avoid the saving throw at the start of its turn. If the creature does so, it can't see the serrated doom or its wielder until the start of its next turn, when it can avert its eyes again. If the creature looks at the serrated edge of Ultimate Doom, in the meantime, it must immediately make the save. Okay, so this is a goofy weapon, sure, but do you want to actually use it? Here's how you actually use it. Drop the DC to 17. Drop the damage to like 4d6 max. Make it that once a creature is successful on the save, they are immune to it for 24 hours. And then you're pretty much golden, actually. Figure out a different way to figure out what creatures trigger it. Maybe make it creatures that are sentient, that have an intelligence higher than 6 or something. So it's like, or intelligence higher than 5. So it's like a creature that kind of can understand things. That can see, oh, that's a weapon. I should be worried about that. So it doesn't need to necessarily be if they have weapon skills. It can just be like if they get it. But I think it's pretty cool. I actually like it. It's very silly. Just make it way toned down. And make it clean up your language in the first part. Thank you, Soup Angel. What kind of weapon is it again? I don't know. Doesn't matter. It's a wall piece. That's funny. We got Tuesday Adams. Oh, a lot of monks this night. A lot of monks tonight. This is like the second or third monk. This is a monk subclass. I've never played monk before. I have no real idea of how to balance or unbalance it is. What I've noticed in critiques you've given about my warlock subclasses, though, is I should work on integrating my homebrew features with the base class more. So I'd prefer feedback to be more about how to bring mechanics in line with the monk class and how strong they are. Cool. I'm curious. Okay, well, let's try that again. I'm not sure how much this ties into the base monk subclass. I will say that monks are traditionally more wisdom based. This feels like it's going in more of an intelligence direction. Dash at the end of the URL. Are you saying I should put something? I can try. I don't know how to do. I can try to remove some stuff. What if I remove this dash? No. Oh well. I'm sorry, Tuesday. It appears that the link is no bueno. It's none of our jobs, Zelmel. We're not getting paid the big bucks to know how to make hyperlinks. We're paid the big bucks to yell at people about their monsters and imaginary ideas. We got a piece from Joe. Taking a break from the Blood Mage for a bit. Enjoy this Barbarian subclass. I really enjoyed making it and the theme I based it around. Joe, I don't know if you're still here, but I'm sure I'll see this later. Taking a break from a large project to do something a little bit fun and fast is a fantastic, fantastic strategy for homebrewing. If you just keep working on the same piece over and over and over again, the amount that improves is going to stagnate dramatically. In fact, I'm going to tell you, I'll give folks that are here a little sneak peek. But one of the new rules we're going to start instating is that you cannot submit the same piece 2 weeks in a row. Meaning that whether I review a piece of yours or not, you cannot submit that same piece again. Actually, I might just limit to pieces that I look at. If I look at your piece, you're going to need to wait a period of time before you send a revised version, because I really think that you got to sit on it and work on it. I'm getting a little bit irritated seeing some of these revised pieces and kind of feeling like they're not that revised, or feeling like maybe you did one revision or you did like a little bit of revision, but I want to see genuine change, because I don't have a lot of I'm not going to name any names because I genuinely don't remember whose pieces it were. But there were like a handful of pieces last week and the week before where I couldn't tell where the change was. And I just saw a lot of things that I knew were feedback I gave last time. And it was like, I didn't know what to say. I didn't think like it was great. So yeah, we got to put little spaces between. We'll figure out what the timing of that is, but I think it's in every other. I think you got to wait at least 2 weeks, and you have to like properly revise. Okay, let's take a look at the Path of the Accused here. I'll post it in the chat. Hey guys, just a friendly reminder. I've been streaming so far for about 4 hours tonight, and I will continue to stream for a couple more, and we do many streams. If you're like, hey, I friggin' like this guy, consider subscribing to my channel. And if you're like, hey, I want to give that guy Mad Skrilla, consider sending me some Mad Skrilla or becoming a member. You definitely don't have to, and I don't want you to at all if you don't have the funds. But if you do have the funds, hooks me up. And if you don't have the funds, just tell everybody that you know to watch me. And if you know anybody else, say, hey, this fucking guy's cool. Give him a hug. And I'll take that hug. The Path of the Accused. I would say preventing 3 in a row because extending the time gap for 1 will make it even harder for you to identify changes, artificially stretching the time taken. Dude, I think that there is more value to forcing someone to sit with a piece longer than for me to look at it 2 weeks in a row. I genuinely do. Having spent, oh my God, I'm so old. Having spent a number of years that I can't think of off the top of my head working professionally in the creative writing space as somebody that runs and facilitates, Mateo, very kind. As somebody that facilitates creative writing and works with writers as an editor, a week is not enough time to fix a thing. It's just not. It doesn't matter. It's just not. I was a teacher. I was a teacher for many years. Many years. At many different levels of teaching. Oh my goodness! Jesus Christ, people are gifting subs left and right. Mr. Shred, that is very generous of you. Thank you. Yeah, I taught writing. I taught creative writing at the college level. I also just worked with writers as doing editing and facilitating creative writing spaces. And I was also a preschool teacher for a while, believe it or not. So I did a little bit of college teaching, a little bit of pre-K. I worked with the little kids and the old people and no one in the middle. Okay. Barbarians that give into the... I'm also a lot harsher here than I was with when I was being in English, when I was working with students as a creative writing teacher. But I am, if anything, I'm less harsh than I was when I was working with professional writers. So just keep that in mind. Barbarians that give into the surge of negativity of an uncontrolled rage can channel the essence of the Shadowfell. This is a... We got to fix this sentence up, buddy. Make that better. Yeah, it's a little too much. Just shorten it. Cut out like 4 to 5 words. Whether by accident, by accidental visit, or inherited by a parent that stepped into the corrupted plane, they have become a gateway of shadow magic. Barbarians that give into this black magic become omens of destruction. A shadow... Are you a Shadowfell barbarian? Dude, sign me the fuck up. Sign me up. I love it. I originally went to university for professional writing and editing, and I also spent part of my early career working with primary schools. What a coincidence. Yeah, man. It's fun. I only worked in the creative space. I was never an editor for like technical things. I was basically I worked privately for some writers to help facilitate writing workshops for them. And then I worked at a university for a hot sec. I love Shadowfell. Shadowfell is one of the best. Okay. Let's see. Okay, we get 2 features at 3rd level. Not the end of the world, but it is something we always have to be careful with barbarians. Barbarians are fickle beasts. They are my favorite class in D&D, but you have to be delicate with them. They need great power, but that power must be very contained. The way that barbarians normally work is they get 1 really fucking good and cool and fun. If they're good, if they're well designed. They get 1 really cool and flavorful 3rd class feature that's quite powerful. Or they get 1 really cool and flavorful 3rd class feature that's medium powerful and a ribbon feature. That's also pretty cool. That's usually how they work when they're good. Okay, let's see. Sense emotions. Starting when you choose this path at 3rd level, you become in touch with the emotion of living creatures around you. I would just say you begin to sense the emotions of creatures around you. You are aware of creatures within 15 feet of you that are experiencing negative emotions, acting as an additional sense similar to hearing or smelling. Put a comma after this. Emotions. I would clarify what this means. Like, if they're invisible, that doesn't necessarily mean you negate the disadvantage on attack rolls against them. But okay, I get what you're saying. I might even change this. Can I tell you what I would actually probably do? I would either make it an activated ability, or I would make it like you have advantage on perception and investigation checks to spot creatures that are feeling negative emotions. Something like that. It's weird, but I think that that might be a cleaner way of doing this. As an action, you can choose to target a creature. Just say you can target a creature. As an action, you target a creature you can see within 15 feet of you. You say that you can sense within 15 feet of you that you can see. You must make an insight check. Just say you make an insight check. You make an insight check against their deception. You make an insight check contested by their deception check. Period. On a success, you can read their emotions. Whenever you read a creature's emotions, you get a full understanding of what they are feeling for the next minute, and any creature you convey this information with gets advantage on charisma checks, deception, intimidation, persuasion when talking to the targeted creature. You can do this a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus and regain spent uses over short or long rest. This is, I get what you're trying to do here. I'm gonna point two things out here. This is really not Shadowfell vibes, just so you know. Shadowfell are not good at reading emotions. They might be good at sensing emotions, but they are emotion drainers. They are not like, they're not emotionally intelligent. They are emotionally consumptive. That is the whole point. Like, they are drained of feeling, or they are driven mad by feeling. So I disagree with this idea of you getting better insight at dealing with emotional creatures. I don't like that. I feel weird about that from a flavor perspective, and I don't normally sit in the lore that hard, so maybe disregard that piece of feedback. But if you want like a Shadowfell barbarian, this is really antithetical to the Shadowfell. If anything, this is very fitting of the Feywild. But if you do want to keep it the way that it is, I would probably make it like, as an action, you can make an insight check contested by a creature's deception check. On a success, you can read their surface level emotions for the next minute. Period. Just that. I wouldn't give any extra checks or anything. I would just drop it at that. That being said, I don't think you should have both of these features. I think you should not. I think you should do one of the two, but not both. What if you could, like, give them more intense negative emotions? I wouldn't be surprised if that comes in later. We'll see. We'll see if it does. Let's see, because we get a whole other third-level feature. And this is basically 3 third-level features, which I don't like. Keep this one. Drop this one. Or do the opposite, I guess. Blackened Flame. Additionally, when you choose this path at 3rd level, when you enter your rage, comma, after the word rage, your body becomes ravaged with dark flames that run through your veins and form cracks along your body. Don't use the word body twice in one sentence. It's repetitive sounding. You have a number of flame dice, which are D4s. And the number of flame dice you get is equal to your strength modifier. Minimum 1, which you can use during your rage. On attack or damage rolls during your rage, you can expend... I'm going to burp. Any number of flame dice and add it to the roll. Don't make it attack or damage. Pick one. I would make it damage. Yeah, make it damage. Don't make it attack. When rolled for damage, the flame dice deal fire or necrotic damage, your choice. You gain expended uses on a long rest. Okay. So you basically get like a mini smite resource. Make the number of them that you get equal to your proficiency bonus. This is actually what I would do if I were you. I would make the number you get equal to your proficiency bonus. And I would make you get them when you rage. And I think that they could probably recharge every time you rage. Because it's just D4s. Like, compared to the Zealot Barbarian, every single round gets to deal an extra D6 plus half of your level as necrotic damage. So, the number of D4s should grow, or the dice size should grow. And I think it should be every time you rage. I don't think it should be based on the day. I think it should be based on the rage. I don't think the damage needs to bypass resistances or immunities, especially considering you're getting an option of which type of damage. Then you'd end up, then you would just end and restart your rage at higher levels if you got it every time you rage. I don't know if that's the end of the world, honestly, because that only comes in at level 20. And you would still be needing to you would still need to deactivate your rage and reactivate it. So it couldn't happen every turn. If at 20th level every other turn you can smite, I kind of feel like that's fine. I don't know. Maybe that's a dumb idea. Maybe that's a dumb idea, but that's where my head sits. Yeah, I think it's all right. I don't think it feels very similar to the Zealot Barbarian. In a way that I think is okay. It's like a little different because it's like it's finite resources that you can stack to like have a Nova effect. So it's going to feel mechanically different, but it doesn't feel that different than the Zealot Barbarian. At least this feature doesn't. This does. All right, let's look at the 6th level feature. Beginning at 6th level, the pain surging from the twisted shadow energy bustling in your body further dulls the pain. Why? Don't use the word. Stop using the same word twice in one sentence. Dulls the pain of incoming attacks. Chat, why don't we use the same word twice in one sentence? Why is that a bad idea? Why shouldn't you use the same word twice in one sentence? Who knows? Who can tell me? First person wins. Yeah, it's repetitive. Yes, it's repetitive. But what does that mean? What does it being repetitive do? Imagine I am the reader. What does it do to me when I'm reading it? What does it do to my brain? Breaks the line of thought. Gertie the Grey, you win. It pulls you out of the thing you're reading because you spend a second being like, wait a minute. And that second of being like, wait a minute, pulls you out. It breaks your concentration. When you are writing anything, whether it's an instruction manual, whether it's a D&D monster, whether it's a love letter, whether it's a college essay, whether it's a short story, whether it's a poem, whatever, you want to be puppeteering the reader through it. You only want them to have that moment where they're like, wait a minute, exactly when you want them to have it. The worst thing you could possibly do for your writing is create situations where the reader stops reading and starts thinking about the fact that they are reading. And repetitive words is a very little way that happens sometimes. It doesn't necessarily make you want to stop reading, but it does make it. It literally makes you stop reading for a second. Okay, let's take a look at 6th level. So barbarians traditionally at 6th level get either a defensive feature or a utility feature. That's what I'm always looking for at 6th level. Defense or utility. Beginning at 6th level, the pain surging from the twisted shadow energy, but further pain incoming attacks. You gain the following benefits. While you are raging, you gain resistance to fire and necrotic. All right, I like that. That's fine. As a reaction, is this only while raging or is this all the time? As a reaction to taking damage, you can expend a flame die and roll the flame dice. Just say you can. That's again. This feels repetitive. Reducing the damage by rolled by an amount. Okay, so this effect would require the dice to be based on a long rest, not on a rage. But I'm into the idea. This is an interesting way to do some damage mitigation while you are not raging. I'm gonna ask another question at the end of this though. As a bonus action, you can spend a flame die to take the dash action. I don't love that. When you okay, so class. I'm gonna say something here right now that I might regret saying as we read further, but we'll see. I don't know if this feels like a Shadowfell subclass, if I'm being honest. Like, resistance to necrotic damage I get. Resistance to fire damage feels a little out of left field. Only because it's tied to the black flame. I don't like the reaction taking extra. Can I make a suggestion? Like, let's get Shadowfell a little bit here. Like, what about this? What about this? How about while you're raging, you can take the dash action as a bonus action if you are in dim light or darkness. How about that? Something that has to do with the Shadowfell, the darkness, the being a shadowy thing. What about while you're raging? Like maybe while you're raging, and you are in darkness, you are considered to have partial cover or something. I don't know. I would lean into that. The mitigating damage with the dice, I get it, but I feel like we could get more flavorful here, and I would lean in. At 6th level, you gain the ability to step from one shadow to another. That's what the shadow. That's the shadow step. That's the monk. That's the 6th level monk feature. Don't give that to your barbarian. That's the shadow monk feature. Don't give that to your barbarian. I'm generally pretty anti just pulling an ability from one thing and putting it in another. Even if they're different classes, I'm anti it. It might be fine for your game, but anytime you present that to me, I'm going to be like, I don't like that. So you just know that. That doesn't mean you need to listen, but you should just know that. Eldritch Chaos. The dice part feels a bit like the psychic dice that was largely dropped. It's sort of, I mean, it's similar to, you know what it's very similar to? It's very similar to like the what's it called? The Psi Knight? The Psychic Knight? The Psionic Knight? The fighter subclass? It reminds me of that. Beginning at 10th level, your body becomes an unstable vessel of energy, and every ounce of will to command the chaos pushes your body to its limit. I mean, you know what I'm going to say. I don't need to say it again. When you enter a rage, you can choose to draw on the swirling energy within, empowering your rage. Figure out a way to put the flavor text of this into this phrase. I'm sad I have to work while trying to listen, even if you enjoyable to even if you're enjoyable to listen. People at night can be mean and drunk and high at this gas station. Oh, buddy, I'm sorry, man. I am sorry. Somebody says this is Steven Sanchez says this is screaming hell, not Shadowfell. Interesting. Well, Mateo, I'm sorry that you got to deal with crazy people, but I'm also kind of glad that you're still able to hang out and be here. That does feel nice. I apologize if you have to deal with drunk and crazy and high people. I worked customer service at a, the last time I worked, the last job I had before I started doing content creation stuff pretty much full time was customer service, and it was not late night gas station, but it was obnoxious, entitled companies. So it was a different type of crazy, but it wasn't it wasn't at all the same type of crazy. It was just very entitled business people who were shitheads. But yeah, I commiserate with having to deal with the crazies. I apologize. Okay, wait, what does this actually do? So when you rage, for the duration of your rage, you gain 1 additional flame die on the start of each of your turns. Additionally, for your rage's duration, you can expend a flame die. You take 5 force damage and double the amount of flame dice rolled. What? What does that mean? So for your rage's duration, when you expend when you expend a flame die, you take 5 force damage and double the amount of flame dice rolled. No, don't do that. Come up with something else here. Make a different feature. Don't just double the dice. That fucks with a lot of the balance in a way that I would have to go back and I don't like. I disagree with. Change that. You lose all unexpended flame dice. Okay, that makes sense. Once per long rest, that's fine. Come up with something new. Give this thing new. Give them a new way to use their flame dice. You can expend a flame die and teleport. What if you can expend a flame die and become intangible until the start of your next turn? Think about that sort of thing. Somebody says this is giving more. Steven says giving more devil vibes than a drained shadow. Shouldn't be you take force damage. It should just be the untyped damage you can't reduce. It could be force damage. I think it's okay, but I see your points. I see your point, Zelmel. I see your point. Way too much flame focus for Shadowfell. I will eat the world. Neko, you and me both, baby. We're gonna eat it together. Okay, let's look at the other thing. Is that I feel like I might be wrong here. So correct me if I am. Oh, never mind. I was gonna say something that was just totally wrong, so ignore me. Normally, the 10th level feature of Barbarians is like a little bit of an out of left field feature. This is where Barbarians get the ways of sort of casting spells a lot of the time, or they get like extra effects. So I would consider putting that here, making this an extra effect feature. If you're trying to enhance the core mechanic at third level for Barbarians, that is almost always what they get at the 14th level. Scrapped. All right, we're not going to worry about scrapped. Spirit Blaze. Starting at 14th level, you've come to master the chaotic nature of the black flames that erupt from your rage. When you damage a creature with your flame dice, you can choose to emulate that creature. As a bonus action, you can cause a creature you damaged with your flame dice to burst into shadowy flame, taking 2d4 necrotic and 2d4 fire damage. Additionally, the creature must make a dexterity saving throw. On a failed save, they are set on fire for 1 minute. While on fire, at the start of each of their turns, they must repeat the saving throw. On a failed save, they take that much damage. On a success, they don't take the damage. If they make 3 successful saves, they put the flames out, ending the effect early. You can only use this feature once a day. Setting somebody on fire is pretty cool, but again, this doesn't feel Shadowfell-y. Give Barbarian the wish spell at 10th level. I genuinely think that you might benefit from either thinking about how to reflame this one as something more hellish, which is what a lot of the chat is suggesting, or reevaluating what you want this thing to feel like to make it feel like the Shadowfell, or reevaluate this thing completely devoid of flavor and just be like, what are the mechanics that I like the most? Are the mechanics of these flame die that you can expend to do other things? Then that's cool. Build them out, make them diverse, make them do a variety of things, and then look at them and be like, what is this? And then find a flavor that fits that more closely. That's what I would suggest. Those are my thoughts. I think it's an interesting concept, and I think some of the things here are quite cool. I think that you need to think about focusing mechanics and or flavor. Those are my thoughts, Joe. Thank you for sharing. No, it's not inherently bad at all. I just think that the mechanics are a little bit dissonant from the flavor. Game and Reasons. Oh, this is, I think I've seen one of the, you're new, Game and Reasons. But you said something last time. Second time sharing. After some time, I've taken some of your advice and criticism for my Living Construct piece and have done some revisions. I've removed the autonome hit die mending mechanic, I've replaced Malfunction with a new trait called Flawed Design, and I've expanded significantly on Built with a Purpose, more than doubling the number of points. I also added a new feat exclusively. I will say something. I'm gonna put you on the spot right now, Gaming Reasons. You were really unhappy with my feedback the last time I reviewed a piece of yours. You went so far as to say you thought it was bad. And I think that that is fine. But I also think that saying that was not beneficial to you as a writer at all. Only because, as I've mentioned before, you do not need to defend your piece to me. It doesn't matter, because your piece has to defend itself. If I feel a way about it, that's how I feel. So we're going to move forward with that headspace. If ever any of you feel inclined to get defensive, the only real reason to get defensive is if I genuinely misread something that the rest of chat notices. But if I misunderstand or misread something and no one in chat notices it either, then even then, that means that it's easily missed. Which means that me not noticing it is probably a good note to take. I do get a little rude sometimes. I try not to, but I do. Okay, let's see. So, the things that you were really hyped on last time were fairly minor changes in my perspective, and I'm curious to see where you went with that. So for folks that are watching at home, the goal of this piece is to create an alternative Warforged autonome. And the last version of it from my perspective, now if you want to, you can go into my VODs in the past and you can see a whole discourse I had with this writer, and it's in the chats of the VODs of this stream. I think it was last week's one, actually. So if you want to go check it out, please feel free. But the main conflict that I had was that all of the features were pulled from the Warforged or the Autonome or the Unearthed Arcana Warforged, and they were minorly tweaked. And so my main piece of feedback for this writer last time was, I don't feel like this is something new, and I feel like you should ask yourself, what's the point? And they didn't love that. So we're going to see how it goes. Okay, so creature type, you are a construct. Medium or small, 30 feet. Your constitution increases by 2, and 2 other abilities of your choice increase by 1. Again, I'm going to say, I think you should give them the option to have those 2 things go into one thing. I think you should be able to put 2 in something also. Living construct. You benefit from spells and other abilities that restore hit points that normally don't affect constructs, but they only restore half the hit points they normally would, minimum 1 hit point. Not all healing abilities or spells exclude constructs. Those spells and abilities are unaffected by this trait. Okay, so a little, like a minor debuff. Really a tiny slice of one. Built with purpose. Choose 2 of the abilities from the list below when you take this character option. Versatile, you gain a tool proficiency or a skill proficiency. Powerful build, you get to be a big, powerful buildy boy. Enhanced speed, you get a little movement speed bonus. Dark vision, you get dark vision. Immutable form, you are immune to any spell effect that would alter your form. That's an interesting one to give. That is really powerful. And occasionally not powerful. Combative, you gain proficiency in one martial weapon of your choice and light armor. Magical, you know 1 cantrip of your choice from the wizard spell list. Okay. Built-in weapon. You have a built-in weapon that uses your strength modifier, D6. Cool, okay. You should clarify that you can't be disarmed when you're wielding it. True life, living contract now normally hitting other than half. I feel like most of these are pretty chill. Immutable form is just stronger than a lot of these other features. People in the chat are yelling siege monster. They want you to add siege monster. I actually think that might be fine. I think that would be a fun thing. You have to be careful if you're giving too many options because it can lead to option bloat. And some people will be like, that's not a thing. It is a thing. It can be bad design to give too many options, even if your goal is a multiplicity of options, because you want those features to be good. There's a couple things I want to suggest as different, but I want to see what else we get first to make sure I'm not stepping on toes. I'm inclined to make combative let you pick which armor choice you get, or maybe light or medium, as opposed to just sticking to light. Okay, I also almost want the built-in weapon to let you pick dex or strength, but that's okay. Design flaw. Choose 1 trait from the list of below when you take this character option. Your swim speed is 5 feet. Whenever an attack or ability causes lightning damage against a target within 5 feet of you, you become the target. This could almost be a positive. If the ability causes damage to multiple targets, it's an area effect. The ability must include you in the area of effect. Yeah, this is actually a positive for a tank player. This is, I would not call a negative. Anti-magic susceptibility. You are incapable of life. You are incapacitated while in anti-magic field. If targeted by dispel magic, you must succeed on a con saving throw against the caster's spell save DC, or fall unconscious for 1 minute. That's very funny. I love that. Vulnerable to a damage type of your choice. I don't know how I feel about that. Poisonable. You can be poisoned, I guess. Some of these are a lot worse than the others. Yeah, so I agree with that. Like, for example, I genuinely think Lightning Rod is a positive. Weakness is, this is the easiest one. You just pick, you know, you pick an obscure damage type and you're chilling. Might be good to repeat the saves from Dispel Magic. That would make sense. The anti-magic thing is funny, but it's not fun. I think if you could, I think you could make it fun by like giving repeating saves. I think is a good idea for making it fun. Let's keep reading. Artificial Fortitude. Is this pretty much the same as the last version? The immunity to poison and poison condition, but if you have the poisonable trait, it just turns into resistance. Immune to disease. Don't need to eat, drink, or slink. You don't need to sleep. You have Century's Rest. Body armor. You have built-in armor, which determines your AC. You no longer gain the benefit from wearing armor, but if you use a shield, I would probably not do built-in armor if one of the features that you get is armor. Because this becomes very redundant all of a sudden. Yeah, because we get light armor options, right? Yeah, we get light armor option right here. Optional feat. You gain additional abilities beyond your initial design. You get some bonuses. Choose one additional ability from the built-in purpose list. Must do so if you don't already have one. Okay, cool. I think this is a fun feat. I think this feat makes sense for this. I have a couple ideas here. I want to make some suggestions. I think that you should pair weaknesses with strengths. I don't think they should be disconnected. I think it should be like, if I pick powerful build, I get dense or something like that. I think you should tie them together, and I'll tell you why. If you tie them together, you can tie the bigger positives with the bigger negatives and the lesser positives with the lesser negatives. So there's a little bit of wiggle room there. I also want to suggest, now, I don't know how I feel about this 100% yet, but I do want to suggest that you lean into the modular nature of Warforged or robots even more. And I want to suggest that you allow the ability to switch these over a long rest. Like, I want to be able to switch. I want to be able to have powerful build and dark vision one day, and then built-in weapon and true life the next. I feel like that would be cool. True life and poisonable would pair for sure. There's a lot of these that probably could pair. So I think that this is going in a really nice direction, and I feel like you have leaned a lot more into the modular nature, which I like a lot. You're not relying nearly as much on the established mechanics here, which I'm a big fan of. I would say, yeah, consider tying the negatives to the positives. It will help you balance them out. That's your biggest issue right now, is the balance of these. Some of these positives are just so much better. Some of these negatives are just so much more advantageous. So figure out tying them together, make some of them stronger, make some of them weaker. But yeah, leaps and bounds ahead, I think, from the last time, friendo. Good job. Thank you for sharing, Game Reasons. And you are more than welcome to disagree with my feedback again. But if you say it's bad, I am going to probably stop reviewing your stuff. Because you can just say, I disagree. I don't ever say someone's homebrew is bad. Mateo, you've been fucking killing it in the chat today. I've seen you've been dancing the dance of dances on chat. All right, let's see what you read. Heyo, Mateo. This is the current version of a wizard subclass I made. Cool. Wizard subclasses are fun, can be very tricky. Tuesday, we looked at yours earlier. I don't have a timestamp. We'll see if we get them or not. You might have to hunt for it. You might have sent the wrong version. Well, we'll see. I basically just wanted to make a subclass that made you not have to worry about losing the spellbook. Okay. And the end result became a class themed around focus and memory. Okay, that's cool. It's pronounced, thank you for writing the pronunciation, pneumonucyst. It's called a pneumonucyst. Is that because you do like mnemonic devices? I don't even know what words I'm saying. I hope you sent the right version. All right, let's take a look. Oh no, it's off screen a little bit. I'll fix it. Yeah, it is a fun name. Scribe already kind of covers that niche. No, it doesn't. Ooh, debate in the chat. Let's see. The Scribe allows you to make to have a different relationship with your spellbook, but you still have that relationship with your spellbook. It seems like this is trying to go fuck the spellbook. Let's see. Those that focus not just and I will also say something about that. It is 100% okay for the flavor of your subclass to basically be exactly the same as the flavor of another one. So long as it is coming at that flavor from an entirely different perspective and it feels different, I think that that's fine. Like, for example, if you wanted to make a Shadowfell Sorcerer and you made it completely about draining emotions from people and draining their life, then that would be fine, even though there's already a Shadowfell Sorcerer, because the other Shadowfell Sorcerer doesn't do any of that shit. Okay. Those that focus not on the arcane powers themselves, but on the memory and knowledge needed to harness them, are a unique breed. I think you can actually just clean this sentence up, and I think you can say, what if you just said, wizards that focus on memory, as opposed to scribing arcane knowledge, are a unique breed. Numanist, I'm so sorry. Is obsessed with mastering the art of magic like many others, but will often spend countless hours poring over tomes and scrolls, committing every detail to their mind. So this is, stop doing this. Stop saying they are like many others. Just skip that. Watch this. A numanist is obsessed with mastering the art of magic, period. They will often spend countless hours poring over you know, you can just skip the middle little part there. Committing every detail to their mind. They value knowledge, no matter how minute, and hone their abilities to act in any situation. I would lean into the memorization here and the not wanting to rely on the books to get the knowledge. I would try to put a phrase in here that recognizes that, like, why they do this. Like, they don't want to be reliant on the paper or something like that. You know what I mean? Don't all wizards value knowledge? Yeah, that's kind of why I think you should focus on the I want my book in my brain. Okay, photographic memories. At second level, you can recall all patterns and formulas you've ever copied in your spellbook. You no longer require your spellbook present to change your list of prepared spells, nor do you require it to copy spells to a new spellbook. You still require a spellbook to learn new spells. Cool. You can also add your intelligence modifier to wisdom skill checks you are proficient with. I don't think this should be all wisdom checks. I think you should just get to add your wisdom your intelligence modifier to. I would probably limit it to perception checks, honestly. Because what are the other wisdom checks? Insight, which is reading people. That doesn't really fit. Survival, I don't feel like that fits. Animal handling, I don't know if that fits. What other wisdom checks are there? Nature is intelligence, not wisdom. Medicine is one. Yeah. Medicine and so but perception is the main one. The other thing is perception is huge. The other thing is that if you're adding your intelligence modifier to your perception, you're in theory also adding it to your passive perception, which is a very important thing when it comes to being surprised and stealth. That's dungeon master dependent, but if they're playing close attention to the rules, then having a high passive perception is huge. Expert intelligence is history. I don't feel like this ties to that. This is different feeling. This is too ribbon feature to add on to just give you. If you want to add a shit ton of skills, then you got to cut something else. So I don't want to overdo it just yet. Using intelligence instead of wisdom. Oh, that might be interesting. That could be interesting. All right, let's see what the other second level feature is before we push too hard in any direction here. Because this is medium strong, but not crazy strong. This is strong if you're playing with a dungeon master that likes fucking with spell books, but a lot of dungeon masters don't. So this is like ribbon, medium. This is ribbon medium plus. Let's see what this should be. This should be the beefy feature. So let's see what this is before we can really decide. Committed cognition. Starting at 2nd level, you can manipulate your short-term procedure. You can manipulate your fucking losing my words. You can manipulate your short-term procedural memory to adapt your skills to better suit your needs. That's not a bad sentence. I'm just an idiot. You can change your prepared spell list outside of a long rest, with the exception of cantrips, but it requires the same amount of time and focus as if you were preparing your spells during a long rest. Change this language. We'll get back to it in a second. Doing so places mental strain on your unrelaxed mind. If you use this feature to change more than one spell per long rest, you take psychic damage equal to your wizard level plus your intelligence modifier for each additional spell beyond the first. This damage cannot be reduced by okay. Drop this whole thing at the end here. Instead of making it uncapped and having it deal damage to you if you go too hard, just make it capped. Just give you a limit of how many of these you can do. Half your proficiency bonus rounded down. That makes it 1, and then it makes it 2, and then it makes it 3. The reason why I don't like this for the most part is there's a lot of ways to juke systems. Even if you're fucking with your hit points, there's a lot of ways to juke systems like this. The other thing is that it's weird that this power gets worse the stronger you get. Like, this deals more damage to you the smarter you are, the way that it's currently written. If you are a level 10 wizard with plus 5 intelligence, this deals so much more damage to you than if you're a level 2 wizard. I don't like that. That doesn't make sense to me. So I would probably figure out a different mechanic for dealing the damage, or change this so that it's limited in some way. The other thing is, can I make a suggestion? Instead of making it require the same amount of time it would during a long rest, just give it a time that it requires. Just give it a time that it requires. Make it, if you limit it, you could make it a minute, right? You could make it really fucking short. If you don't want to limit it, I would say make it 10 minutes. Make it a short rest. Changing spells over a short rest is pretty good too. So something like that, With great knowledge comes great danger, I suppose, but that's not really how intelligence and powers are mechanically implied in the game. You could tie it to Arcane Recovery. That's not a bad idea. Whenever you use Arcane Recovery, you could switch out some spells. You could actually, you know what? You could even scale it off of Arcane Recovery. You can switch a number. I don't know how to do that exactly yet. Don't copy. Don't listen to me. But maybe you base the amount of spells you can switch based off of Arcane Recovery. Like, you can switch a number of spell slots equal to Arcane Recovery. Oh, that's smooth. That means you could switch out a 5th level spell, or you could switch out 2 1st level spells and a 3rd level spell, or whatever. I think that's the golden ticket for committed cognition. You do not need to listen to me at all. But I like that. So earlier in a thing, I don't remember which one it was. Oh, it was the monk that we couldn't look at. Somebody said that I gave feedback about tying features to class mechanics. That's an example of that, where it's like the core class mechanic of the wizard gets Arcane Recovery. Can be fun to use that in features. That's also why a lot of monks have features that are tied to like Flurry of Blows, or like a lot of druids these days have features that are tied to Wild Shape. Another thing that I don't see people do often, but I love when people use, is like on a fighter, tying things to Second Wind. You know, on a barbarian, everything's tied to rage, but you could also tie something to reckless attack on a barbarian. You could tie things to lay on hands as a paladin. You know, there's all sorts of ways that you could do that. Okay, whatever. We like it. I like it. You don't need to agree, but oh, you do? Nice, perfect, good. We're moving on. We're in agreement on committed cognition. All right, quickened recollection. At 6th level, you can recite your spells far faster than before. When you cast a wizard spell with a casting time of 1 action, you can change it in one of the following ways. You can cast it as a bonus action. You can cast the spell without verbal or somatic components. Interesting. How do we feel about this? It's powerful, but it's not as powerful as you think. It's basically limited magic. Yeah. It's quicken spell. Because it's power. Okay, well, it's medium powerful. It's medium powerful. Here's why I say it's medium powerful. When you cast a leveled spell as a bonus action, you still can only cast a cantrip. So it's not doubling the spells you get at all. That's one thing. The other is proficiency bonus times per long rest. It's not a crazy amount of times, you know. That means you're getting it 3 times a day. Assuming you're having multiple encounters, you may be getting it once an encounter. The most you're getting it is 6 times a day. Casting without verbal and somatic components, similar, very situationally useful. Now, one of the things that I will point out that I do think is worth noting is people talking about how it's essentially mini meta magic. I don't know how I feel about that. I understand mechanically why you're going in that direction, but there is a part of me that's like, this is meta magic. And I don't know how I feel about that. Yeah, but it's very limited in use, dude. Look how limited in use it is. It's bonus action, it's proficiency bonus times a day. That's very little. And the truth is, it's not always that. It's the only real benefit. There's 2 big benefits to not using somatic and verbal components. 1 is you can't counterspell it, and 2 is you can do it stealthily. Those are it. Those are the reasons. Except people will go, lol, you're a wizard. Obviously it was you. Maybe. I want to figure out I want to encourage you to make this different than meta magic, but I'm not sure how. I got to think about it a little bit. I have some ideas, but I'm not sure. I'll tell you what I kind of feel like it should be, if I'm being honest. I feel like it should be like a reflexes thing. Like, I feel like this should be tied to, like, initiative order. Like, what about this? What about this? This is really... What I'm about to suggest is really strong, by the way. What about this? When you roll initiative, at the start of initiative, what if you can either do something that essentially is expending a spell slot to increase your place in the initiative order, something like that, or that's one move. The other thing that I was suggesting is, what if it's like a once a day thing, or limited use in some way, more limited than proficiency bonus times per day. But what if the way that it works is that this is really different than what it is, so please don't listen if you don't like it. But what if it's like when initiative is rolled, or the first round of initiative, treat it like the Gloomstalker ability. On the first round of combat, on another creature's turn, you can use your reaction to cast a spell, to cast a leveled spell. That normally would be an action or a bonus action. So, like, it's like you get to, like, you react quickly. It's like, oh, combat is starting. I'm throwing a spell out there. Like, when initiative is rolled, you get a free spell cast. Does that make sense? I don't know if that's a better idea or not. Yeah, a mini legendary action. I don't know if that's too strong or not. There's a lot of ways you could limit it. You could limit the level of spell it is. You could limit it to cantrips. You could do a lot of things. It is very strong. That is a very strong feature. If you go with that feature, that's a once a day feature, because you can dramatically change a battlefield by going first, especially depending on what that spell is. So think about it. Don't just use it the way I said it. And also, you maybe even don't even need to listen to this. Hero's Feast wouldn't work because Hero's Feast isn't an action to cast. Like, it would have to be a spell with a casting time of 1 action. Think about it. Think about it. I don't know if it's a better solution. I'm just throwing you a curveball here because there's an element of me that's like, I don't want this to be a sorcerer. Okay, let's move on. Move on. You get it. You don't get it. It doesn't matter. We're on the same page. I like this feature as if you are making it clearer that it's one or the other. My Warlock's reflections are limited to owned weapons and cantrips for attacks. Cast the spell, DM, help me. That's a powerful spell, Neko. That's like a... Well, it depends on your relationship with your Dungeon Master. Honestly, the spell DM, help me, is either like a 1st level spell and sort of a trap spell, or it's a 9th level spell, and very little in between. Recalled casting. At 10th level, your mastery of magical theory allows you to cast a spell from memory, even if it's not prepared. Once per long rest, you can cast a wizard spell that you know, and have added to your spellbook without having it prepared. Okay, I like this. Fuck. This makes me take back the idea that I gave you here. If your 10th level ability is a once-a-day feature, your 6 should not be. They should not both be once-a-day features. So... don't listen to me for this or make it different or something. But I like recalled casting. I think it's good. I don't think it needs any changes. I think it's solid. I like it. It's a very strong ability for a once-a-day ability on a wizard because truly one of the only downsides of a wizard is the needing to prepare spells. I do want to point something out at the end. We'll see if we get there. Attentive memory. At 14th level, your exceptional memory and unwavering focus grant you insight. I'm going to sneeze soon. We'll get there when we get there. Oh, it's coming, though. Your exceptional memory and unwavering focus grants you insight into the workings of other magical traditions. You can now learn and prepare cantrips from any class without regard for their origin. Furthermore, you are able to add spells from any class to your spellbook, though you may only... God damn it, Mateo. Okay, I'm going to stop reading this here. So I'm not going to read what the rest of that ability is, but I'm going to give you feedback on the part that I read so far, because we got close and I feel bad. Don't do that. Don't give them access to other classes' spells. I disagree with that. Come up with something else. That would be my feedback there. But I have to stop. But I'll be honest, dude. We went pretty hard in the paint with that one. And I think that you got some positive feedback, so I don't feel that guilty. I think Mateo got at least a little bit of valuable feedback there. And I read enough of the 14th level feature to be like, I see where you're coming from, and I think that you can do better, because I know that you can do better. I have seen inside you the skills. Hey, man. I love you. I love you too, Schmant. I love you too. I'm a first-time DM, and currently running a homebrew dinosaur-focused campaign, cool, with a group of 4 players and another group of 7 newbies. Ooh, 7 is a big group. 7 is a big group. Hey, guys, speaking of that, I think I'm going to start doing DM hotline stuff like Steely Sam does. Oh my god, Mateo's just gifting these motherfucking memberships. Jesus Christ, dude, that is so kind of you. That is very, very kind of you. Very, very kind of you. Welcome to the membership, boys. Yeah, man, this is a big group. But yeah, I think I'm going to start one of the... Okay, so we're going to sidestep from this for a second. Starting after May, my brother's getting married at the end of May. I got a lot of shit going on this month. At the end of May, the goal starting in June is to start doing more streams. Is June after May? April, January, February, March, April, May, June? Yes. So starting in June, we're going to start doing more streams. These are the 2 main things we're going to change. And I'm saying this now because I want it to be true. 1, I want to do 2 homebrew streams a week. I don't want to do 1 anymore. I want to do 2. And I want to run it in such a way that I use the same list for both weeks. So if I don't for example, what I want to start doing is anything that doesn't get listed on the stream this week or for this stream, I would just plug into the next one. So it would still be one submission form, but we would get through a lot more submissions because we would have 2 full streams devoted to the wheel. So that is one thing that I want to start doing. The other thing that I want to start doing is I want to start doing a DM hotline type stream where I basically steal Steely Sam's idea, where it's a call-in show, where you can get on the phone and you can call me up and we can talk about, you can ask me questions, you can ask my advice, and we can talk about your games or building your characters or whatever. It was so much fun doing it with Steely, and I want to keep doing it, so that's the plan. The plan is we're going to start doing 3 streams a week. One of them is going to be an extra homebrew stream. And I think doing the 2 homebrew streams will also allow them to feel a little bit more just like fun. And then one that is just hanging out, having you guys call in and having us talk through stuff. That's the move. That's what I want to do. That's what I think we're going to do. And what I'm trying to decide is if I want it to be something we do on Discord, or if I actually, what I was thinking might be fun would be I could get a Google phone number and I could put the phone number up on the stream, and then you guys could literally, like, on your phone call it to call in. Like, it would be a proper call-in show. I think that might be fun. I don't have a stream schedule yet. I will post it when I have it. I don't know what other days. This is all stuff we need to figure out. Let's keep reading. The newbie group took down this thing pretty well at level 8. Do you think I can put this behemoth against a well-balanced group of 4 level 10 players? Or should I reconsider to not wipe the party? It's kind of a very big alligator. Cool. Watching a key point of interest in the swamp trying to pull a person into the water to drown. I'm also thinking about other ways to defeat it, except for kiting it or other shenanigans. Would love your input. All right, let's take a peek. Oh, I hope that you made it shareable. It's so sad when new people don't. Oh, you did, you glorious champion. How's the reviews going? The reviews are going good. Yeah, I think the Google number thing will be fun, right? Because that way people can actually, like, call in. I think that'll be really fun. I haven't tried it yet. I have a buddy who suggested it, and I was like, that's the move. Because then it's also not, like, a lot of steps. Like, literally, if you see the stream, you can just pick up your phone and call. You don't have to, like, join the Discord or anything. It's, like, easier. Cinderblock Sally, that's me. Dungeon Master Campfire, DM share stories. All I ask is to be in the stream. Oh, I'm happy to do that. I just want to start doing call-in shows sometimes, too. I also think that I genuinely will give better feedback about the things you're doing if I can hear your voice and I can hear you talk about it and I can ask you questions. Like, I don't like asking follow-up questions when we're reviewing Homebrew, because when we're reviewing Homebrew, the piece has to stand up for itself. It has to survive on its own. But that doesn't matter when you're just asking advice. Yeah, we'll figure it out. It'll either be Discord or call in or some combination. I don't know what the move is going to be yet. I genuinely don't know. We're going to experiment. We're going to figure it out. Oh, 321 Beef, you are now a member. Welcome. Keep an eye out for them special member posts. There'll be some this week. There aren't any at the moment. Okay, this is called the Perusasaur. It's a huge beast, 20 armor, 202 hit points. Big perception. How is its perception plus 8? All right, so this is just a thing you're using for your home game, so I'm not going to give you too much shit about this, but you got to do all the math right. So if its perception is plus 8, it needs to have a really high wisdom, because that's where perception comes from. Same with stealth. Why is it stealth plus 7 if it has a -1 to dex? Its stealth should be, like, pretty fucking high. Immune to frightened, grappled, poisoned, prone, restrained. It's resistant to bludgeoning, fire, piercing, poison, slashing. Whenever you're giving things physical things, always put bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing right next to each other, even if it's not in order, alphabetically. 7 times 15 plus average. I don't know. I'm genuine. I'm not doing the math. You guys might be able to do the math, but because the math ain't. No, Cinder. I mean, people, members from the Discord joining in on the call and discussing the advice. Oh, Geo. Oh. I'm not opposed to that. hosting little round tables, maybe? Maybe. We'll see. I probably would need to do some amount of controlling it, because some of you will give very bad advice. And some of you will have very bad microphones. And it will lead to a bad listening experience. So we need to keep that in mind. But I do like the idea of a round table. I like it. Also, yes, right now this thing is resistant to all damage types. It should not be resistant to magical bludgeoning, piercing, and slammage. It should just take full damage to magical bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing. Good call. It regains 20 hit points at the start of its turn if it has at least 1 hit point. Fuck that. No. Disagree. I'll change that. I'll tell you why in 2 seconds. Let's read the bit. 13 to hit one thing, 27 damage. Okay. Here's the problem with this monster. This monster is a lot of hit points, a single attack that does mediocre damage for the level that it is. When a monster is just hit points and a single attack, that is not a fun monster to fight, in my opinion. That is just a big pile of hit points, and it just turns into, I hit it. It hits me. 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 And eventually you hitting it is going to get boring. And it hitting you is going to get boring. Or tedious. Give it some other things it can do. That would be my main feedback. The regeneration is way too high. If it has 200 hit points, it probably shouldn't have regeneration at all, if I'm being honest. If you do want to give it regeneration, treat it like a troll's regeneration. Make it way less than 20 and make it turn off if they do certain things. Like, give the players a way to stop the regeneration or to learn how to stop the regeneration. Giving it a damage vulnerability could also work, Geo. That's a great idea. How do you become a member? You love the channel. If you're on YouTube, you click the join button, and then you decide what level you want to become a member on. But that costs money, so don't do that unless you want to spend money. If you want to get more involved in the community in general, you should just join my Discord. And that's a way that you can... I legitimately spend time and interact in my Discord. I'm not there all the time, but I spend a lot of time there. I am regularly hanging out in the general chat as well as in the Homebrew general chat. Those are the things that I usually check. But I also check if folks post things, and I try to be present. I'm not as good as everyone, but I definitely I'm there sometimes. So don't give me money if you don't want to. Just join the Discord. That's the easier way to do it. But you can also give me money if you want. Okay. Anyway, yeah, that's what I feel about this. I think, how does it against it? I think 4 level 10 players could mop the floor with it. I don't think it does enough. I don't think it hits hard enough for just having one attack. I don't think it has enough mobility or utility to really twist stuff around too much. I would give it extra attacks. I would give it extra abilities. I would drop the regeneration feature. Thank you for all you do, Shane. Oh, of course, buddy. It's fun for me, man. It's fun. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Yeah, a tail attack would make a lot of sense. That's a great idea, Stargate. Yeah, trolls. That's Isaac. Trolls do that. That's trolls. There's probably other monsters too. Hydra does that. It could be fun enough with really interesting terrain, but that shouldn't be relied on. Yeah, that's true. And it seems like it's a terrain-based monster. They said it's going to be in a swamp. My guess is it's immune to grapple because it's really big. That's my guess. And it's probably immune to prone because it's an alligator, so it's like lying on the ground already, you know? Hey, Wade, what's up? Excuse me. If anybody is surprised that they just became a member, you should thank Mateo. He just gifted a shit ton of memberships. And if you're a member, you can now access all of my fun little emojis. There they are. My favorite one is the judgmental one. That's that. My second favorite one is the confused or wow one. There's that. My third favorite one is the nice one. There's that. My fourth favorite one is this one, which is shooting lasers at grammar. If somebody needs a lot of grammar, you give them the laser. If somebody does a good job, you give them the nice. If somebody's being a little bullshitty, you give them the and if somebody's being a little cray-cray in a way that you like or don't like or whatever, you go And there you go. That's how you communicate in my language. I hope that helps clarify things for you for the future. How do I make the screen... How do I make that go away now? I don't know. All right. Go away. I don't need to see it emojis anymore. Emojis, go away. And what if I just write ice cream? All right, the emojis are stuck there forever. I have to live with that. It's a lifestyle that I've lived and I'll choose to live in forever. All right, Schmant, I hope that was helpful. I'm stuck. Dude, I was stuck in emoji mode too. The emojis are taking up half the chat for me and I don't know how to make it go away. Oh, shit. It's one of our new members. It's Milk Boy. Milk Boy just joined last week, I think. Ooh, an artifact. An artifact rarity magic sword. I had to make a copy that could be shared. Some of the links and spells attached to the weapon aren't part of the basic rules. That's okay. But I have access to all the things, so I can look them up if I need to. Not all, but some. Most. But all the written text is still the same. Okay, cool. Cool. I'm not super worried. So, when you are making a artifact, there are two things to think about. One is an artifact, generally speaking, is the type of item that it is okay to give broken mechanics to. If you want to make a game-breaking feature, the place to put it is an artifact. So that's the first thing. Baba, you're a champion. Have a good night. That's the first thing. The second thing is that, and that's the first one. The second thing is, generally speaking, another big difference between a legendary item and an artifact, aside from the power balance, is that legendary items are not inherently unique. There might be 30 cloaks of invisibility or Vorpal swords or whatever. In D&D lore, there is one of the artifact. So you don't need to follow that, but it's a fun... I would suggest thinking about it when you are building your artifact, because it will help you focus it. It's like, I am making this one thing. Are you making this stream into a video? Because I just joined in. The VODs are all posted on my YouTube channel afterwards. So you'll be able... If you go to my YouTube channel, there's like tabs, and one of them says lives, and you can view all of my past lives if you really want to. Yeah, exactly. We talked about this on the Steely Sam stream. Okay, so let's take a look at this artifact. Cinder, I want to share something with you. An unhinged thing that came into my mind one day. It takes up residence in your mind. You can share anything you want with me, Tristan, as long as it's appropriate for stream. Why is my phone going crazy? What happened? Oh, my brother texted me. He's nervous. He's getting married this week. Okay. The Gith was the leader of an ancient Githyanki rebellion against the Illithid Empire. Once a slave to the Mind Flayers, Gith forged the mighty Sword of Gith to help her cause. Using the Sword of Gith, Gith... oh man, it's just confusing because Gith is also the name of the species. We're just going to move past that confusion. The Gith named Gith. Yeah, exactly. Oh, I got the link. I'm sorry. I put it twice. Guys, you do such a good job of reminding me. Do not feel bad for needing to remind me about that, because I forget. I'm a forgetful fellow. Hello, I am Mr. Human. Nice to meet you. Oh man, I yearn to be human one day. I'll be very honest with you guys right now. Most of the time I'm a human. But just so you're clear, because some of you are here from the YouTube shorts and the YouTube... I am the most human when we're doing lives, and I'm okay with that. But I need you guys to promise me something. If you ever see a YouTube short of mine, if you ever see a YouTube video of mine, I will crush you. I will crush you if you make any claim other than I am so far from human. If we're talking about YouTube shorts, if we're talking about YouTube videos, I am Cinderblock Sally. I am an artifact. I am a singular, unique entity. I sit between different realms. I go into them. I hop in and out. I fuck around. I casually hang out with eldritch beings that are beyond comprehension and are potentially the biggest BBEGs of multiple universes. I had to make a whole YouTube short about this because people kept asking me to review the Scarlet King and talk about how to stop the guy. So I made a whole video about how I can't because I go to barbecues with him. So, like, that's the level that we're at when we're talking about YouTube shorts and we're talking about YouTube videos. So if you see anybody causing any trouble in there, just remind them that it's like Cinderblock Sally, when we are on a YouTube short or when we are on a video, is almost like a force of nature, like a storm, but like a storm with sentience. It's like weather. It's more than a storm. It's like tidal shifts. But here I'll be a person. Okay. Dude, it's all about the lore. If any of you are in my Discord, ask the mod or Akami if you want about some of my early lore. Don't overly ping her about it because she'll get annoyed. But she's like one of my OG people, and at this point, there are not that many people that were actually here in the early days when a lot of the tangible lore was literally explained. So some of that has been lost to time, and I kind of like that. Okay, let's keep reading. Despite all other rebellions against the Illithid ending in failure, Gith managed to defeat their empire by creating a pact with Red Dragon. So all of this is just true D&D lore for now. I kind of want to skip ahead, actually. This is all written perfectly fine. Even after the Gith sacrificed millennia ago... Okay, here we go. Now we're getting into the meat. Even after Gith sacrificed millennia ago, the sword still seeks the destruction of the Illithid race. If the sword detects a mind flayer, it can cast suggestion on its wielder, compelling them to slay it on a failed save. The sword, not its wielder, keeps concentration on the spell. Okay, cool. I would clarify that I wouldn't make them... I would be a little bit more vague with this, like compelling them towards its destruction, because suggestion is like an 8-hour spell, and I don't think this spell should make you act stupid. Like, it shouldn't make you charge into fight, but it should make you be like, oh, I'm gonna take note of that guy. I'm gonna walk around the back, gonna go beat. You know what I mean? It should force you into that direction more than it should force you to be dumb. Okay. Subwheel gets released on the community tab, subpage, or on the Patreon. Yes, that is true. That is true. That is true. That is true. You're probably answering someone's questions. Cool. You can find the submission for next week in the description of the YouTube video. Tomorrow, I will be posting links on Patreon and then on members channel and in the Discord for all the things. So just keep eyes out. And if you are a member or a patron, you can submit 2 pieces, one to the member wheel and one to the public wheel. Okay. Any creature other than a lawful aligned Githyanki that attempts to attune to the sword makes an intelligence saving throw, takes a shit ton of psychic damage on a failure. All that's good. That's very artifact. So far, so good. I don't even remember what feedback you wanted. All right, whatever. We're just going to read it. We get some random major and minor properties. Bind Dragon. While holding the sword as an action, you can attempt to bind a red dragon that you can see within 60 feet. Limit this based on the dragon's CR. The dragon must make a DC 18 wisdom saving throw or become bound to you. A bound dragon is charmed by you, can't be charmed by anything else, and can communicate telepathically with a range of 10 miles. It serves you as both a mount and a companion, following your commands of fighting alongside, even if it would mean death. How long is it bound to you? The dragon bound to you remains bound until you or the dragon dies. Holy shit. Okay, so this can't be. I would say you have to limit this to like limit it to like CR like 15 dragons. Like, I would not let this be something that an ancient dragon would work on, and maybe not even an adult dragon. It might have to be like an adolescent. I don't remember what that middle ground is between adolescent and young. I don't remember if it's strong enough, but that's important. Think about that. But I think that's pretty fucking cool. And this is the kind of feature that is utterly broken, but not broken on an artifact. Geo, if it does that and it grows with you, then I agree that that's that. But dragons age really slowly. Sever silver cord. I think this is just something that all Githyanki weapons do. You can sever creatures' ancestral cords. It gets some spells. What does it get? While the sword is on your person, you can cast one of the following spells from it. Blade Barrier, Dimension Door, Staggering Smite. Once you use the sword to cast a spell, you can't cast that spell again until the next dawn. I want to suggest... This works. But I want to suggest I almost want to suggest going littler spells and more uses. Like Misty Step, but like multiple times. This can be built around easily enough. The DM can add a lot of archers and maybe a caster. Yeah. Like, that's the thing about artifacts. You're not going to use an artifact unless you use an artifact. So in the traditional lore of the Githyanki riding red dragons, they're riding young dragons. They're not riding adult dragons. They're riding CR10 dragons, not CR17 dragons. So that does work if you want to stick to that. Yeah, and lore-wise, if you're doing any of this in the astral plane, doesn't matter. So lore-wise, the way that this works is red dragons will be riders for the Githyanki for a couple years, but then they stop because they do have to grow up. So they'll like submit, they'll go join the Githyanki on Tuna Rock, like the Githyanki homeworld, which is a really cool lore thing in general. It's like a giant dead creature that it has a city built on it. It's really fucking cool. But they'll go work with the Githyanki for like 10 years or so, and then they'll leave so that they can go keep aging. That's also how Githyanki have to age. Githyanki have to spend a lot of their childhoods, a lot of their lives in other dimensions until they age into adulthood, and then they can go live in the astral sea. It's got sentience. It's smart. Can I make a suggestion? All these stats are pretty good. Make one of these stats very low and make another one of them very high. Like, make it dumb, but have a really high... Like, you don't have to do this, but I think it's fun. I think it's more fun and makes them more flavorful. Like, if it has a 10 wisdom, but a 22 charisma, I feel like that's pretty fun. Okay. It can communicate telepathically with any creature within 60 feet of it. That's crazy. That's pretty strong. All right, dude, I'm going to be honest. Milk Boy. Is this the first piece of yours I've read? This is a very, very solid artifact. Main feedback is not... I almost don't have that much feedback. Main feedback would be go more extreme with these stats here. And I would also suggest reorganizing the way the spells work, so that it has access to more spells or more of a specific access to... I don't know. I don't love the Blade Barrier once a day, Dimension Door once a day, Staggering Smite once a day. I want there to be a little